Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Oh, I have this a couple of days off and up. We have a lot. There's so many conjunctions happening right now. We have so many conjunctions that are like occurring. We're in a pretty like densely packed astrological time. A lot of the transits are the placements, the planets that don't move as swiftly. Over the previous couple of months, we've been having the planets and the placements that do move swiftly cross over a lot of the placements that don't move very swiftly. So we've been having a lot of like really big energies come in, and we still right now are in the middle of like a dense happening with conjunctions. Over the next, like a couple of weeks, 9 days, something like that, we have just like conjunction after conjunction after conjunction. Right now, one of the conjunctions that we're in is the Chiron and Mars conjunction, which has to do with our victories and like allowing ourselves to actually go after and have the victories that we're asking for rather than closing the door on them and like shying away from them. It's also about protecting our resources and making sure that we are protecting our resources regardless of how we've been triggered in previous situations and conversations and in previous relationships, previous spaces. So that's happening today. That's something that's been going on today for like the majority of the day. We also have up and coming, we have a Mercury and a Uranus conjunction. And that conjunction, thank you, Spirit, that's true. That conjunction is going to be more of like an artistry conjunction. People who do spoken word art or like spoken word poetry, that's going to be or music, singing, anything that involves the voice and like singing, talking, speaking. That day is going to be really good for our like spoken word things that are coming in. Do I sing? I do for myself. I used to make music actually. I don't anymore, but I sang all through childhood. I love singing. I love singing singing and dancing are some of my favorite things to do. Some of my favorite activities. So yes, I do. But not on like a professional level, but I do. I love singing. So that is going to be happening. I can't remember the date. It's in like a couple of days now. And then after that, we just have like another string of conjunctions. We have Venus and the sun are going to be trailing each other for like several days, and then they have a conjunction, and then they're going to be a degree apart again for another couple of days, and then we have Mercury that's going to be conjunct Jupiter, and this is all within the next like 7 to 9 days. So we have a pretty compact upcoming week. If you're feeling like it is pretty intense, then definitely give yourself credit for doing the work through it, because the next upcoming conjunctions are going to be pretty intense. That's just what it is. So, yeah. I want to find someone that'll sing it. Oh no! I hope that you find someone to sing it. You'll find someone. You'll find someone to sing it. Or maybe if your voice comes back, when it comes back, that'll be good too. That'll be good too. So, yeah. Well, that's what's going on with our transits. Do you think it's possible to learn magic to the level of being able to protect everyone? I think the question I would ask you is, why do you think that it's your responsibility to sit and protect everyone? That's a lot of responsibility. One thing I've learned about magic is that if you're asking for a power, then you're asking for responsibility. And I don't want more power and responsibility than I need. Nope. That sure don't. Sure don't. So that would be my return question to you. I will. Doc says possible for a week or sooner. Oh, good. Well, then rest it up. You know what? Rest it up. Of course you can. Of course you can ask a question, Molly. Hello. Also, to everybody who sent me questions about protection magic for my book, thank you so much. If you are curious about protection magic, I have my DMs open. I also have a video up. Oh, thank you. I also have a video up on my, I was about to say my For You page, but my profile. Maybe on your For You page, where I'm taking questions about, this is not sponsored, where I'm taking questions about protection magic. I'm writing a book, so I'm taking questions on protection magic, battle magic, victory magic. So if you want to send those through, I've had like so many people so far send them through to me in DMs, and there's been several people in the comments of that video too. But yes. Today's energy has been a lot. It has been. Hello, Mother Ann. Welcome again. Hi. So when will it be the time for love? Well, it's always a time for love. Like, when will the moon cycle for finding love be coming? It's always a time for love, Molly. It's always a time for love. And the more that you love yourself, the more that you are creating capacity to love other people. And a lot of the times, you know what? That's a lot of the times when we are sitting in love in ourselves, we do have to have relationships that reflect back to us that love, so we can understand kind of the channels that are blocked, or like possibilities in our area of our realms, our spheres, our energy that aren't necessarily like working for us. But everyone has their own timing and spirit of love and relationships. And it also depends too, like, we grow and change so much as people that maybe your definition of what you want in love is changing over the years. And one of the things I've learned too about being in spirit is that we have to be prepared for what it is that we are receiving and what we're asking for. So if you're still going through a preparation process, then allow yourself to go through the preparation process. I don't know that there's like a specific date or moon cycle that could bring that in. Probably with your chart, there's something that you could find and align, but I think just let it take its time. You can't rush that kind of process. You can't rush that kind of magic. You can't rush that kind of love. And personally, I don't want to, because I know what has happened when I have tried to rush magic. It's not fun. It's not my favorite. So yeah. Hi to you too. Hi to you too. First time I tried you on live. Well, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, I'm searching for books. So good. It has been. Yes. Yeah. Would you be willing to share what your signs are? Yeah, you're so welcome, Molly. You're so welcome. And good luck in your love, too. You know what? I hope that you find the love that you need within yourself. In love. And true and free and elevation and the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. That's true. My signs. I have a Sun and a Mercury conjunction. I have a Kazemi in Scorpio, which is a crazy, wild placement, but it is true. That's what I have going on in my chart. And then my rising sign is Gemini. So it's my rising season. Super great. Super great. And you know what? When you have your rising sign, when the sun passes over your rising sign, you start your brand new astrological year. And my new year started 2 days ago. So I'm feeling very fresh. I'm feeling very new. Baby Kente, I'm not sure where he is, to be honest. He's sleeping somewhere. He's sleeping, resting. He sometimes sits upstairs while I'm down here doing my work and just rest because it's quiet and there's not bright light up there. So yeah. He was outside earlier, but he's a cat. He likes to get in trouble. So you know what? Sometimes he needs to stay inside if he gets in trouble. So he's been inside for the afternoon. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, so good. Thank you. Thank you. The Gemini rising. Shout out to Gemini risings, So yeah, so your time is coming up. That's exciting, I agree. He is a troublemaker. But you know what? It needs to be. That's just what it is. I feel like that. I love that cat. He in his trouble always has messages, because it's not really trouble. He's just being a cat, and that's how cats are. So what can those with their Jupiter and Gemini expect right now? Jupiter returns, having a Jupiter return. Jupiter and Gemini is going to be interesting. I actually don't know what the cat signs are. Jupiter and Gemini, it's going to be a fantastic transit. I'm very excited for Jupiter and Gemini on a personal level, because Jupiter being in Taurus was moving through my 12th house, and I'm really over that energy. Love Taurus, love the 12th house. Grateful to be moving on into something new. So so on a personal level, I'm excited for it. Jupiter and Gemini is the expansion of information shared. So social media, there's going to be a lot of information shared that is expanded. There's also probably going to be a lot more room and area for learning while Jupiter is in Gemini, and learning in any area. It could be learning through conversation in community, learning through self-conversation, any type of communication. Again, social media, videos, any time that there is communication, there's the opportunity to expand what someone is offering to you, or that you are offering to someone else. For people who work with communications and have their placements, any placements in Gemini, there's going to be extra information coming with those skills. It's definitely, it's going to be an interesting time. If it's a Jupiter return for you, that when you have returns in your chart, which is when that sign comes to finalize its like full circle around the chart, and it comes back to its placement in your chart, and they match up, and then it keeps on going in the transits that we have, that's the return. So every year you have your solar return, and every other transit has its return also, except for Pluto. Pluto, unless you're gonna be living for like a couple of 100 years, you you probably are not going to see that transit come full circle for you. That's just what it is. I think Uranus is like 164 years too. So those are the generational planets. We don't see those ones. And Neptune is pretty long. Oh, maybe it's Neptune that's 164. There's a couple of them that we don't live long enough to see the return of, more than likely. But when you do have a return for the other ones, you're coming to a complete close of that cycle. So everything that you've been doing over, I think Jupiter is like 11 or 12 years. So if you're looking back 11 or 12 years, I think the last time that Jupiter was in Gemini, when would that be? 2012? I'm pretty sure with the timing, the research that I've been doing, 2012, 2011. So if you're looking back to that time to see for yourself really like what you were doing with your Jupiter energy, what were you expanding upon? Jupiter has to do with the expansion of image, the expansion with Gemini of information, expansion through conversation and the sharing of information. It could be scholarly learning. There's a lot of different ways that information can be shared back and forth, but that's going to be that transit. So you're ending one story and starting another one. It'll be a story of about 11 or 12 years. So it's pretty good. Yeah. As the Jupiter in Gemini, I'm excited. Good. I hope that it will give us, there's a lot of other really serious transits that are happening right now. So I'm really looking forward to this Jupiter in Gemini. I really am. I'm really looking for, especially too, because it's about to cross over my rising sign. I'm very excited for that because the rising sign is the sign where we're ushering in. That's the point of ushering in. So when you have placements that cross over that rising sign, they're being ushered into your life. There's like new usherings in that happen. So yeah. Yep. Yeah. So good. Been in a creative block for a minute. You know what? May it stop. May there be creativity that flows through. I've been feeling it too. And you know what? I've had to resist the urge to just not be creative. I find myself, because it's like creativity. I had this conversation with my friend yesterday. Creativity is a muscle. Imagination, it's a muscle. And you have to like build the strength in it. And so if you don't do it for a while, you have to go, it's like working out. You have to go back and you have to be in the practice of it again. And if you're in the practice of it, it gets easier most of the time. So yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. What else is going on, everyone? That's so good. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that transit. Also, I am doing readings tonight. So if anyone is interested, my readings are open on my website. If you click through to services, and actually let me get that pulled up on my page. That way, if any come through, I am actually ready for you. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Yeah. Do I have any thoughts on the serpent bearer? I don't know what that is, so I cannot speak openly in an educated way about it. I don't know what that is. I know Aquarius is the water bearer, but I don't know about the serpent bearer. Yeah. Everybody asking about the houses with Gemini. Okay, so let's go through the houses then. The first house, if you have Gemini in the first house and Jupiter going through that, it'll be expansions of self. Second house is going to be your resources. So it'll be, yes, how you make money, but it's also about your resources. If Gemini is there, then information is literally a resource for you. And you're able to trade that information for financial gain, or like education, also communication for financial gain. So it's more about your resource and figuring out how you're able to, if you wanted it to apply to money, then you could, but it's also, you could trade it for other things too. So second house is going to be about information. Third house, Gemini, that is going to be, the third house is modernly ruled by Gemini. So that one's going to be an actual alignment of, how do I say, like what the chart is. Yeah, so it's about communication. So expansion of communication, and then Jupiter going through that, expansion of communication. You could find yourself in new systems of communication, just with the other transits that we have going on right now too. So other systems of communication, or expanding your systems of communication. Could be like, interesting actually. I'll keep that one for myself. And then fourth house is going to be your home. So if you have Gemini in your fourth house, Jupiter will be expanding your home. Fifth house is your joy and your parent-child relationships. So if you have Gemini in the fifth house, then Jupiter will be expanding that joy and that heart space. Also your parent-child relationships. Gemini in the sixth house is going to be, it's like indirect conversation. And what else is there? Sixth house, indirect conversation. It's also about how we integrate integrate body information. It's modernly ruled by Virgo. So indirect communication, body language, facial expressions, but it's also about the energy of communication and like how we feel it in our body. Food, working out, different things like that. And even me having to kind of like elaborate on that and kind of like speak around it. But Earth Information Integration is like the title I give it, even though it's like that's a dense title. But that's Jupiter will be expanding that. 7th house is the house of reflections. It's the house of intimate mirrors. A lot of the times we think of our most intimate partner to be in this house, but it also has to do with your reflections with people who you may not be physically intimate with, but you might be intellectually intimate with, or you might be emotionally intimate with. So that house, it will be, if you have Gemini in the 7th house, it'll be expanding your intimate relationships and the reflections of them. And then once you get to the 8th house, it's no longer just about those reflections. It's also about the exchanges that you have with other people that you are intimate with. It's also about contracts. And what else is it? Exchange contracts. It's also about like investments and investors for some people, if you want to apply it to more of like a business aspect. Great house to have Jupiter in, to be honest. If Jupiter is transiting your 8th house, you're probably going to have some great good luck come through for you. So congratulations if that is true for you. Jupiter in the 8th house is a lucky placement. And then we have, what's the next one? House of Purpose is the 9th house. So expansion in your purpose, figuring out your calling, figuring out your purpose in like really any area of your life. And also like an overall bigger purpose too, especially with Jupiter. Like Jupiter is a lot about like, let's go bigger. So it could be about like the bigger picture of that, And then 10th house is hierarchies. A lot of the times we think about this as like the workplace or the job, but it also has to do with hierarchies. There's a lot of different ways that hierarchies show up in our lives. They're usually in systems, political systems, money systems. There's a lot of different ways that shows up, but hierarchies. So the expansion of hierarchies, you could have the opportunity for promotion if you're not keeping up on what you need to do, because the 10th house is modernly ruled by Capricorn, which is Saturn. So if you're doing what you need to do, opportunity for promotions if your 10th house is in Gemini, or Gemini is your 10th house. But if not, if you're not keeping up, then there might actually be like a demotion that happens, or there may be like less money that you're making, or however that, So just make sure that you're keeping up on what you need to do. Make sure that you're keeping your order for how you need to be within your hierarchies. There could be the possibility of change coming through that space for you as well. 11th house is the friends, social circles. Technically, even this is an 11th house happening. We don't know each other on like a super, super close basis, but we're sitting here talking to each other. 11th house, social interactions. So social interactions is like having that expanded. You could find yourself in new social settings. You could find yourself in new social groups. You could also find yourself expanding the social groups that already exist. So it could also, if you're someone who works with like the internet algorithms and things like that, if you have Jupiter transiting that 11th house in Gemini, there could be the possibility that you have a following that's going to come through, or like your following could be expanded. So there's that too. And then the 12th house, expansion for sacrifice and moving forward. So like things that you have expanded are probably going to be released or removed from you so that you're able to move forward into something new. This is part of the reason I'm really excited that Jupiter is leaving my 12th house, because sacrifice is a lot. It's very intense, especially having Jupiter there, because it's like sacrificing things that you have expanded or that you have been expanding are being removed from your life to make room for a new journey that's coming through. And with Jupiter, when there is the sacrifice of expansion, that means that there's shrinkage, and that's a really intense ordeal. So if you are not sacrificing things that have been expanded, though, that means it's going to come with you into the next journey, and you're going to be holding that responsibility as you move through. But it's a year of kind of figuring out what works for you within those expansions and what doesn't. So yeah, deflation to expand, I'm really grateful that Jupiter's still in my 12th house right now, because of I used the Placidus system, and that is a little bit more specific within the degrees. So I still have a ways until that's out of my 12th house, but I'm excited that it's leaving, because I am really over the 12th house right now. The North Node was just in my 12th house with Taurus, and then we've had Venus and Jupiter. There's a lot of other signs. Venus moves pretty swiftly, but Yeah, Taurus energy for me. For most people, Taurus energy is like really relaxing and they can take a break and they can rest. But for me, I'm like, I have to figure out like my next strategic moves and like where am I going and where have I been. Like Taurus for me is sit down, think about it, and figure it out. I don't really get to mentally rest in Taurus, even though I want to. So it is what it is. Yeah, it's out of Taurus right now for Alicia. It's out of Taurus right now. We've moved out of Jupiter being in Taurus. Jupiter is officially at 0 degrees in Gemini. I was just saying that for me, my 12th house, it's like it's several degrees into Gemini, so I still have a ways until Jupiter leaves my 12th house. Yeah. Are you a later degree rising? No, I'm... You're gonna make it through. You're gonna make it through. Mine is at 7 degrees. 7 degrees or 8 degrees. I'm pretty sure it's 7 degrees in Gemini. So yeah, coming out stronger. I hope so too. I feel that that is true. You know, hello to you too, Amber. Hello to you too. The internal screaming. It'll be It'll be. But yeah, that's what's going on with Jupiter. So it's a lot. We have a lot moving on right now. And I think too, I need to set up a little, you know, those little like fly traps that you can set up. I'm growing some plants right now and they have gathered those little gnats, the little fruit flies, but because I can see them around here. But anyways, regardless of that, we have some pretty serious stuff that's happening in our chart right now. I think one of the more interesting things that's going to be happening over the next like year, we have our eclipse season that's coming up. So we have our eclipse season coming up on October 2nd is the next is it the new moon in Libra? Yeah, and we have the dark moon right now is we're doing there's some movement happening in the shadows. We've had a lot of like really kind of like up front and center shadow placements that have been happening recently, which normally we don't have. I know the apple cider vinegar, I have some in the fridge. That's why I was saying I need to set one of those up for myself. It will be, I'll do it later, not right now, but it is. Yeah, we have some dark moon happenings that are happening. It started February 24th. February 24th, we had the full moon in Virgo, and that was our Virgo is where the dark moon is right now. So we had an illumination of like, it could have been empowerment for me. Normally with the dark moon over the previous couple of years, it's been a lot of like working through shadow placements. But recently I've worked through enough of it that it's actually been really empowering on those days where the dark moon has like an activation. That's been pretty good because, you know, if you have the transits being like, hey, congrats, like you did the thing and you're not getting triggered anymore, like that feels pretty good. So I hope that if you're working on your shadow work and you reach that point, good for you too. I hope that you do that if you want that. It's a lot of work. It's work that's worth it. But yeah, we have the dark moon right now. So it was active like pre-eclipse season. And then we had Chiron conjunct the North Node, which was like integrative in our eclipse season. And then the dark moon right now is in opposition to our Neptune. So we have this like really big conversation going on between this shadow placement of the dark moon and like the endings of spiritual lessons and like the wrapping up of really big spiritual lessons. Plus Saturn being in Pisces, we have this really big spiritual order coming through and spiritual like, not just spiritual order, but like bringing order to our practices and like bringing order so that we can make a transition out of something and into something new. So we're like super detail oriented on having that moving forward and being done with the old. Also, someone just sent through, I see you, being done with the old and like walking into something new. So that is going to be happening until right before eclipse season. And then the dark moon enters Libra and it's going to be in a 1 or 2 degree conjunction with what's happening with the eclipses on the eclipse. So right now, if you're feeling the shadows come up and you have the time and the capacity to sit in a safe way, in a safe space, to hold space for yourself, to heal those, I definitely would recommend doing that because you know what? It's probably going to be worth it, especially because the dark moon's going to be heavily influencing our next Libra eclipse. just the words for the wisdom. Also, yes, so beautiful. Would you rather that I call you Amy? Also, I love this. This is so good. I love this. I love that I get to read for you. You're in my comments all the time. Thank you so much. So good. Also, someone else just sent through, and I see you also. Let me update actually so that I can have a list going and kind of like keep mental order with my Saturn and Aries on a personal level. Keep my mental order. So for up to you. Beautiful. Okay, thank you. So we have Amy and then Monica. So that's the two that I have currently. Amy is up first. So let me read this and see, tarot. Which one is this? Did it say? Warding. We're working with warding. Let me take this off. It's hot. I'm hot. I didn't realize I was going to be hot, but it's hot. So, you know what? We'll be here in it. Beautiful. So a new beginning, clarity, awareness, and leaning in to your spirits. Thank you for the information. So came through my spiritual awakening, and you know what, if you're saying like you came through it, then there is a beginning. So like the start of a beginning, the beginning and the start has been coming up for me recently too. So let us begin together in this reading. I ask at this time, Amy, that you bring through any feelings that have been sitting with you about this question and about this brew, anything that you have been wanting to do, anything that you have been working through, anything that really has meant a lot to you through what you have been going through, anything that really carries gravity and weight with you with what you have been going through. If there's a new beginning that you're looking forward to, I ask that you bring that clarity through. And if there's anything that you're willing to do or not do to get through, it may not be necessarily clear words, but maybe pictures and feelings, some revealings and healings. A birth. It's not just a beginning, it's a birth. And what happens? Ooh, wow, yeah. What happens in a birth? Oh, thank you, Spirit. What happens in a birth? You sit in the darkness. You sit in the, like, if you could imagine yourself as a baby inside of the womb, you sit in the darkness, and 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 you grow and you grow and you grow and you grow, and you don't really know. You're still just a, small little being. And you grow, and then there's birth that happens. But this, what I feel for this is it's like simultaneously there's that darkness around you because there is this growth and you don't really know where it is that you're going to go or what this new beginning is or the order that's going to come through. But you also understand that it has to be birthed by you. So there's like the simultaneous happening of this like darkness around you where you're also the one who's nourishing where you're going, and you're nourishing like what is going to come through and where it is that you're going to be. You're also learning to work with the realms. When you say spirits, I just want to bring clarity. When you say spirits, because you said that in your note, when you say spirits, do you have like a structure and an order in your practice when it comes to like spirits that you can, how do I say this? That you're able to have a correction in your order about the realms? Like, is there information about that in your practice? Is there information about realms and order? No structure yet, but those spirits, yes. Beautiful. Okay, so thank you for that clarity. Allow there to be, it's a slow process. When you're learning about the realms, in my experience, and it feels like this is going to be something that is fairly similar for you, in my experience, there's been, as I'm learning about the realms, it's like scholarly information. Like it's like information that comes through my mind, information that's scholarly that I'm reading about or that I figure out for myself. And then there's sometimes information that will come through my spirits about the order and about the realms and about the different spaces that exist. And then if there is that information that comes through in the other spaces about other realms, it's really important that you ground it somehow here to the physical. I don't know what an example of that would be. However, because I don't know that order or structure, and it looks like not yet do you, and if you're able to, thank you, Spirit, that's true. If you're able to focus on how does that information that you're receiving about those realms, about those spaces, because those realms and those spaces, they offer to you a different type of spiritual experience. They also offer to you, because the reading that you got is a warding reading. So they offer different wards or different covers, different layers of protection, those different spheres, those different realms. And so if you're able to have not just spheres, they're realms, these realms, as you're learning about these realms, making sure that you can bring it into like what encompasses your human life. Also, someone just sent through, I see you, what encompasses your human life, and being able to have that information be applicable to what is happening in this realm here as a human. Because if you're not able to ground that information, also someone else just said through, I see you, if you're not able to ground that information, then that information can leave you unprotected. It can leave you unprotected, because then if you're not able to ground it, then you know that information, and then you start to be moved in the direction of that information, and you start to become ungrounded. So it's really important. It's really important and prevalent to, I am going to write this down actually. Thank you, Spirit. It's really important that you ground those realms. And that's why the information, it takes time to learn about those spaces. Also, too, as you're making those offerings, because one of the things that at least the spirits in my practice, they're not my spirits, but the spirits in my practice, the spirits that I have healthy relationships with, one thing that they're really, really particular and specific on is that I'm not learning from them unless I make offerings to them. And a lot of the times for me, how I sit in spirit, they do bring me wisdom. They pay me in wisdom. They allow me to receive from the work that I do wisdom, because that's one of the gifts that I sit with, is being able to sit with that wisdom and apply it to where I am in my life, and apply it to like what's going on. So it's also really important too to understand how you sit in spirit. I want to keep all the work I did beautiful. Yeah. So then the grounding of it, let it come through, and make sure that you're making offerings, and there will be more that comes through for you. And learning that order for you, learning the order of kind of those relationships for you, also those relationships with your spirits, that's also really important. Because just like you would have, like if you look at your relationships with your friends, granted, the spirits are not always necessarily like friends, but just as an example, if you have relationships with your friends, like you're not going to talk to one friend like you're going to talk to another friend. Like if you've had a friend for 10 years, you're going to talk to them very differently and about different things probably than a friend that you've had for 6 months. So having there be like a very big awareness of the order of those relationships is also really important, because you're helping to ground their spirit if you're making offerings to them in this physical world as well. So keeping that in mind, that's also going to help you go through this birthing process for yourself in the light. So the birthing process is going to be more in the light, and there's probably going to be undercurrents of this information as you are having these relationships with these spirits. It's going to be more in the darkness, and you may not understand fully like why the information that's coming through to you is coming through for you. Keep keep learning, keep retaining the information, and then there's going to be like some bigger moments of like it makes sense why everything that you've had been learning. There's like going to be big grounding moments, and then you're going to have another wave that comes through. That's what it feels like, is that it's going to be like this type of motion where it comes through, and then you're able to keep like the going into the more like separated places, and then everything kind of makes sense again. So I read the book front to back and plan to read it back to front. And that's awarding. That's beautiful. Yes. So when you have, and that's really what this is too, because if you're looking at kind of the these circles are happening in like opposite motions, but they meet again. So if you're having there be oppositions or things that are opposite happening in your life, that's part of warding and warding magic, is to have there be opposites. Having there be opposites that are working simultaneously is a part of the warding, because to be able to have there be opposites that are working simultaneously is a really, really protective practice. And I actually feel like it's important to explain that in this moment, because if you're having there be, say that you're learning something, for me, a lot of the times I look at it in the light, in the dark. So if I'm having something happening in the light, I'm having these very direct correlations of information. It's very direct. I don't need to further inspect. I can see it. It's happening here in the physical. It's not happening in my mind. It's not happening in the past. It's not happening in my emotions. It's happening right here, right now. It's very direct and clear, the light of it. And then there's things that are happening simultaneously where maybe I'm getting triggered, or there's shadows that are coming up, or maybe there's like people from previous periods in my life that I haven't talked to that are returning for some reason. Or there's like different information that's kind of coming through my subconscious. That's more of the shadow aspect of it. And sometimes it happens on like a daily basis where I'll realize that kind of like how they're working together. But you in the center, you see how that's the center. You in the center are what grounds that process. So having there be the synchronicities are off the charts, beautiful. So having there be that grounding moment for you of realizing the purpose and the why of what's happening in the light and in the dark at the same time. Why are they happening simultaneously? And if you're able to look at the bigger picture of that, that's the ward that you're in at the moment. Sometimes words can be really protective. Sometimes they're meant to be just a lesson so that you can move out of it and remove yourself from it. That is what it is. I feel like this one is through. Let's pull up some more for you. Also, before I do that, I do want to update the list. I had a couple more people come through, so I just want to make sure that everyone who has sent through, that there is clarity for everybody who's here before we keep going with Amy's reading. So we have, up next is Monica, and then and these ones are bigger charts. I feel like I'm glad I checked. I think I need to close the list because the next two readings were pretty big readings that came through. So actually, let's do that. I'm going to I will probably reopen it a little bit later on, but I don't want to overwork myself. So allow me a moment to get that actually closed I need to close it. I keep asking myself, do you really need to? Yes, if I'm thinking about it, then let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you for the patience. Thank you for the patience. Thank you for the patience. They might be reopened, but you know what? If they are, it will be not in this moment. It will be later. And thank you so much for the support, because you know what? Being so supported and so gifted that I can sit and close the list, like, thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Spirit. That's true. That's true. Okay. Almost there. And then we will return. Beautiful. All right. So for now, the list is closed. There may be more that come up later, but for now, closed. Yes. So, and actually, let me go back to that page. All right. Yes. All good. Yeah. Beautiful. All right. So let us continue with Amy's reading then. And Amy, thank you for the patience while I got that done and through. New beginnings coming through. There's more information about your new beginning, the more information that you learn. Don't be so concerned about the new beginning, is what I'm hearing. Like, don't be so concerned about the new beginning. Just focus on where you're at right now and absorb the information. And then if you need to apply it to a future or a new beginning, you'll understand in the moment when to do that. But there isn't a need for you to like look forward into the future or look to the new beginning or look to try to understand who you're going to be, even like 6 months from now. Focusing on where you are here and focusing on like the lessons that you're clearing and revering, and then also allowing yourself to Also allowing yourself to, in that, kind of figure out the weavings, because there's sometimes what happens is like from the previous moments, that's true, from the previous moments and like previous work that you've done, previous webs that you've spun, previous offerings you've made, maybe they haven't come to full fruition yet, but you're going through what you're going through and growing through it right now so that you're able to have it come all the way through in the future. So if you, sometimes we don't know what that looks like though, is like it, like really really revere and like reveal what you're sitting in now will reveal where you're going while you're growing. We don't know what a flower is going to look like until it blooms. We don't know what it's going to look like until it opens up. And that's probably true for your future too. You're not going to know what it looks like until it is open up. That's really beautiful. You can't see it, but you don't need to work hard anymore. There's no need, this very like big narrative around patriarchy, like the being in the workforce that was designed to like work, go. It doesn't really allow us to grow. Yes, we're productive, but there's not a lot of growth, and that there's a difference between the two of those things. And you're not there, like you might have the idea of it, or like you have like the capacity of like the beginning of the understanding, but that you haven't really had like the grounding of the understanding yet of like you don't really have to work hard anymore. You don't have to work hard anymore, and you don't have to force anything anymore either. So like learning how to just sit and not force things, learning how to, because when we force things, we change its course. And so instead of changing the course of things, just sit and learn about the cycles. Sit and learn about, thank you, Spirit, that's true. Sit and learn about the cycles. Sit and learn about what it is that you're willing. Sometimes it is so hard, especially because depending upon how long you've been really connected to the way that society works and being connected to like being the worker and like going through the force of things. We're having this beautiful energy, and this is kind of on like a bigger picture that I've been realizing recently, but we're having this beautiful energy return right now where, and like for people who are in the work, for people who have felt called to sit in this, there's this beautiful return of energy where we are slowing down and we are honoring Mother and the mother spirits, and we are honoring the great mother, and we are on like the mother spirits are in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and will be, are in a return currently. And so if you're really feeling this moment of like slow down, because there's a lot of the times too when we slow down, let's talk about that for a moment. If you are feeling the need to like rush and produce, it not only is it sometimes like discreating that habit, or like distancing yourself from that habit of forcing and recoursing things, but it's also, if you're looking at it as a tool, I like to study the tools of enemies. I like to study the tools of other people. I love to study tools. Tools for me are something that are of an invaluable capacity. So studying the tool of like why, and thank you, Spirit, for allowing me that's true. Studying the tool of why would there be this tool of having people rush? Why would there be spirits and forces that want us to rush? What are they trying to keep you specifically away from? What are they trying to remove you from in that moment of like you feel like you need to rush and feel like you might need to hush yourself of like, no, we have to, your body says something and you're like, no, we have to go do this. Literally earlier today, I took a nap. I have other things that I need to do. I know that for myself, but I took a nap because my body was like, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to do those other things if you're not actually rested. If you're not ready, we are not going to be able to show up and be our full self at our full capacity. So we're going to need to sleep right now. Are you going to sleep right now, or are you going to rush into it? So even just having moments like that, but studying the process of that rushing, like there's so many different ways that you can break that down. And this is one of my favorite things too for us as a protective practice, is if you feel something that is pushing you out of your authentic truth and pushing you out of your authentic youth, because that's one thing that Spirit has been reminding me recently, is that everybody, if you are living, has youth. You are youthful if you are alive. So even if you have wisdom and experience, you are youthful. So having there be this return of that youth in you, having there be a return of that centeredness. And because we were centered as children before we found the world and the world found us, before there were rules and we were fools, we didn't know anything. And so having there be that return of that moment, and really learning for yourself, like, why are you asking yourself to rush? Or is it you that is asking yourself to rush? Or is it this other force externally that's asking you to rush? Is it fear, possibly, as a being in a spirit that's asking you to rush? There's so many different, and again, that's why it's a study, is because for everyone it's going to be a different space, and different beings. There are big overarching themes, but on a personal level it's going to show up and look different. So you're not able to fully see that yet, but continue to like reveal it to yourself, and it will heal through time as it needs to. And one of the things too is that focus on your day-to-day. Thank you, Spirit. Focus on your day-to-day, focusing on where you're at. And that came up earlier too, focusing on where you're at right now. I feel like there's more cards that need to come through for this. Focusing on where you're at right now and what it is that you feel like you need, because there's a fire. Light the fire and bring it higher. Inspire yourself instead of, because I was talking earlier about the difference between rushing and production and growth. There's a difference between production and growth. When we're producing, it's like the same process of creation over and over and over and over again. But growth is a pathway. Growth is it's a pathway, and it's an expansion, whereas production is this process of like forceful man-made creation. Production, I suppose we can find it in nature too, but we are part of nature. Let me correct myself. We are part of nature. That's also true. And so having that production and that growth are different. And so right now, finding that spark within yourself is really important, and allowing yourself to light the spark. If you find yourself dark, bring it through. If you find yourself dark and you don't know what to do, light a spark for you. Maybe you actually need to light a physical candle. Maybe you need to sit with your inspiration and figure out what that spark is. If you haven't been sitting with that spark, again, it's like a muscle. I said this earlier. I don't know if it was in this reading or earlier in the live stream, but creation and imagination, it's like a muscle. You have to flex it. And so if you're not used to lighting that spark for yourself, it's going to feel dark. It's going to feel dark because it's been dark. Because that's how it's been. So if you're allowing yourself, thank you, Spirit, that's true. If you're allowing yourself to figure out what lights your spark, because if you're going to light a spark, you also need fuel. What fuels you? You also need, if it's a candle, say, you not only need the fuel, you also need the holder, right? So what's going to hold it? You need the fuel. What's going to hold the flame, the spark? And so it can continue to be a spark, and then also you need the air too to feed it as well. So there's like different forms of what is going to feed that spark for you. And then if you find yourself, it's kind of a practice of affirmation. And one that I've also been sitting in recently too, is that if you find yourself in that darkness, all right, what is it right now? How can because sometimes we have to sit in the darkness. Sometimes we have to sit in it, and we have to learn from it, and we have to be in it, and we have to break some things down, and we have to heal, and we have to reveal, and we have to sit and grieve, and there's so much sometimes that is done in the darkness. We have to stay with our secrets and mourn, and there's so many layers to that. And sometimes we have to reveal that we're done with the darkness, and sometimes that's how we heal. For a lot of people, if you're used to doing this shadow work, then there is no spark there. You're sitting in the darkness, but there needs to be a spark that comes through for you. There needs to be a spark that comes through for you. There's a couple more to come through for this one. There's no more thorn. You can't see it yet, but there's no more thorn. There's no more need to be warned. There's no more thorn. There's no more this thorn in your side that you've been trying to hide, or like trying to hide from, or trying to hide that thorn. There's some form of hiding a thorn. I don't know exactly how that shows up for you, but some form of hiding a thorn. It's not there anymore. You can't see it yet. Again, focusing on the day-to-day is really going to be really helpful. Focusing on this process of lighting a spark for yourself. You can't see it yet, but there's no more thorn. There's no more thorn, and there's no more need to warn. It takes, if that's like a trauma trigger, sometimes it takes time. Sometimes it takes time to come out of that. Sometimes it takes time to be in the full awareness that it's over, because sometimes our emotions are still there. Sometimes our minds are still there where there was a thorn or where there was pain or hurt happening. And so as you're like working through that, be removed from those previous spaces and like the previous memories and how you need to too, because there's so many different tools that you have for yourself, and there's so many different tools that you can learn about, so that you're able to kind of like distance yourself. Again, those like warding experiences where you're able to distance yourself, and eventually say that you keep this practice of like lighting the spark and being present, and you're doing what you need to do, and then eventually 6 months from now, a year from now, like, yes, that's time. Sometimes it takes time. So you look back eventually, and you're like, wow, actually, I really am done. It's really over. But it takes time to really create that distance from where you have been to where you are in that reflection. I feel like I want to check in with you and see if you have any questions for completion, for finalization within the space, within the reading, just to make sure that you have received the information that you need. Because it does still feel like there could possibly be more information that comes through. But I want to check in with you and see how you are sitting in it. If there's anything else that you need to know. If there's any questions that have come up while I've been sitting and reading. Yes. Just trying to sit in the trust and find my patience. And you know what? Sitting in the trust, that has been a big theme recently for myself and for the like other people that I've been speaking with and that I've been talking to. Trust is a big thing. And trust, the way that I've been moving with trust recently, thank you, Spirit, for this. The way that I've been moving with trust recently is affirmation. I literally sat down and had a reading with myself earlier, because I have to do that for myself sometimes, especially if I'm offering readings to other people. I have to offer readings to myself also as well. So I literally sat down and had a reading with myself earlier where I just got really vulnerable with myself. And I was like, you know what? I do trust you. To myself, I do trust you. And there's a part of that, like within me, that for so long I've had so many other people that don't trust me, or I've questioned if I trust myself because other people around me don't trust me, or I've questioned if I trust myself because I've made bad decisions or decisions that I've like messed up in, and practice how to read my cards. It's a beautiful practice. It's a beautiful practice, sitting and learning how to channel. That is true. Sitting and learning how to channel is a beautiful, beautiful practice. So definitely affirm to yourself. If you affirm to yourself that you trust yourself, even if you mess up, even if you have a moment of like, oopsies, if you trust yourself, that means you're going to be able to clean it up. Think about a kid. If they spill a glass of juice, it's just like, oopsies. That's all right. You didn't mean to do it. We're going to clean it up now. So that is part of the process. That's a part of the process. I can't mess it up. Exactly. Even if it gets messed up, the mess is not bad. It's not, there's no stress about it. You can't, it's a practice. And what happens in a practice is that if it gets messy, you just clean it up. You just clean it up. Sometimes the messiness can be like a large mess. And sometimes we've been taught that being in that mess is like a bad thing, or that it can cause us stress, but it's not necessarily true. Not necessarily true. I want to pull some clarity, like some finalization clarity cards before I call it all the way through, all the way done. Two. I need to flip that one. There's something blocking you in the human realm, like within your human experience, that you're not able to see yet. Sometimes Spirit needs to keep us blind for a reason. Sometimes we're blind so that Spirit can be kind to us. I'm so grateful for you too. I love you too. I love you so much too. Yes, this final clarity card. I feel like actually let's just pull the one, because I feel like this is going to be kind of a big final thing that comes through. Sometimes Spirit keeps us blind to what's blocking us, and it can be so frustrating too. It can be so frustrating to know that you're blocked, and to know that you want to be unblocked, and like know that you're doing the work and it's just not working yet. But it is working. That's the thing. It is working. Because if you hadn't done what you did 3 months ago to help you walk and to help you get unblocked, then you wouldn't be where you are now. And sometimes we have to go through the layers. Thank you, Spirit. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Spirit. Woo! sometimes that may make me cry. Sometimes we have to go through the layers of like removing different details of what has been blocking us. And Spirit keeps us blind to the big picture. Spirit keeps us blind, not even just to the big picture, but to the bigger lesson. Because, where do I go with that? If your bigger lesson takes years, then of course, think about how big of a grounding that would be. If there's a blockage that takes you years to undo, years, I mean years, not just like 3 or 4, more than that, years. If it takes you that long to undo the block, then probably you're blind for a reason. Probably you're blind for a reason. So if there's something that there's a block in your, it's been 50 already. And you know what? Everybody has their moment of realizing that it's time to move on or move forward or start new and start true again. It took me an active, very long time. Also, I understand. I mean, I'm not as in that stage of life. I'm not to that age right now, but I also understand the frustration of like being already having lived a long time and having worked on these like blockages, traumas, healings for a long time, and it still doesn't make any sense. There are blockages, so Spirit can be kind to you. Sometimes being blind in Spirit is a kindness. Because if there's information that's revealed too early, or it's too, like if you received all of it at the same time, it can be really overwhelming. And that's when, if you receive too much at one time, there can be ungrounding. That's where we see people become really ungrounded in their practices, if there's being received too much at one time and they're not able to integrate it all at the same time. And those moments of like being blind can sometimes be kind. And also be kind to yourself if you're blind. Like if you know that you're doing what you need to do, even if you don't understand that bigger picture, even if you don't understand exactly why Spirit is having you walk through something in that moment, but you know that it is what you need to do, go through it. Trust yourself. Do you trust yourself? And if you affirm to yourself, yes, you trust yourself, and it feels like exactly what you need to do, and you trust in your spirit in that moment, then for sure, go through. And sometimes we don't even, yes, I do. I was going to say, sometimes we don't even need to question it. Sometimes we just need to move through it. So if you're feeling blind, be kind. And also understand that even if you're frustrated, and I know it, Spirit is going to understand probably if you're frustrated. If Spirit is not letting you see very clearly, if Spirit is blocking that image for you and blocking that for you and is saying, hey, like, listen, you're not ready for it yet. You're not ready for it yet. You're just not ready for it yet. Then probably Spirit's going to be like, yeah, you're angry. I get it. I do that with my cat all the time. I'm like, dude, it's not time to go outside yet. Like, you're not allowed to go outside right now. You're just not. It's dark out. There's big animals out here. You're not allowed to go outside right now. And he'll sit and be angry at me. I understand, though. I get it. Because if I was him, I probably want to go outside, too. I understand. So if you're sit with your emotions how you need to. And also understand that if there is blindness, is a kindness, and be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself. And remember that, too. Because sometimes if there are like years long lessons that you are, if there is years long lessons that you're like working with and sitting in, then there's probably multiple different times that you're going to have to remind yourself that it's okay to be blind. Yeah. So, and that is it. I call it through. May you receive everything that you need to in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for supporting me. And thank you for supporting me in my love, truth, elevation, and free in my highest order that I can be and have been and will be. Thank you. Yes, you are welcome. Thank you. So good. Oh, what a beautiful reading. Thank you. Thank you for that. So the list right now, Monica is up next. And then after that is going to be for J. Martha. And then after that is for Jasmine. So Monica, let me pull up, and this one's astrology. So let me get that chart put in. Yes. Let me get that chart put in and allow me a moment because this is one of the things I'm not very good at multitasking with. I'm not very good at talking and putting it in at the same time, so. Also, I need some more chapstick. Let me do that for myself. And then, oh, I gotta change the house. Oh no, the house system's already up. Fantastic. All right, and then your question, guidance, beautiful. Oh, and this is the channeled one. Okay, beautiful. So I didn't even need to pull the chart up because we're gonna sit. Well, it'll probably be helpful for me to have it there, but let me feed myself some offerings of water. Yes. For people who are asking about readings, for now my list is closed. Just for now, I have 3 people in line, and once I am done with these 3 readings, because the next 2 after this are larger readings. They're going to be just a little bit longer. So I didn't want to keep the list open just in case I get tired, and also just in case they're like, I don't want people to book and then have to wait 3 or 4 hours. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So the list will probably reopen later if I have the energy and capacity to continue sitting in the space and doing readings. But for now, the list is closed just for what's going on with what we got going on right now. Thank you for wanting to sit in a reading with me for sure. But yes, the list right now is yes. One day, yes. And you know what? It'll be at the right time in the right place. That's what it is. So, for Monica. Also, Monica, will you send me, if you haven't already, I didn't see it, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Will you send me a message just to let me know that you're here? Also, Amy, yes, go and rest. Go and rest. To rest and digest is a gift. Hi to you too. Hello. All right, so for channelings, actually, you know what? I need more water than that. Allow me another moment. I thought I was done. But I need to hydrate. That was very necessary and very needed. And you know what? There's actually, it's time to refeed the offerings. So that's true. And let me slow down. I'm not in a mood to rush, actually. I'm not in a space to rush. All right. So for channelings, I do similarly to the tarot readings where I call in a space at the beginning. So I'll go ahead and do that now for us for this reading and with Monica. And then again, just for clarity, J. Martha's up after that, and then Jasmine. So for Monica. Monica, I ask that you bring through any questions that have been coming through for you. Any energy that you've been sitting in, where you want to be again, where you want to be done, where you've been having fun, where you've been wanting to run. If there's any practices or questions about your spiritual energy that you have, I ask that you bring those to the surface at this time. And if there's any clarities that are at the front or the back of your mind, anywhere you've been feeling blind, I ask that there's clarity that comes through for you in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and will be. I see glasses and a meadow. It's like you're looking through a pair of glasses. It's like they remind me of Harry Potter glasses. They're circular glasses, but they're bigger than that. They're not sunglasses, just glasses. And they're not even like prescription glasses. It's just like a lens that you're looking at your life. And there's this meadow, and you're looking at all this growth through these glasses. But then if you take the glasses off, what's actually in front of you is like this barren wasteland. And there's like desert and tumbleweeds. And there's not really any growth that's happening around you. It's the reason that you're seeing that growth externally is because there's growth internally. You're growing so much right now in your mind, in your heart, in everything that you are as a person, as a being, as a spirit. You're growing so much right now. And because you're growing so much right now, of course, you're going to see that external to you. But there needs to be the process of returning to an environment that looks similarly to the growth that you are experiencing within right now. Because the growth that you're experiencing within right now is the growth that you want to have reflected in your environment. That's why you're looking through these glasses and like seeing this meadow full of this lush green grass. It's a really beautiful meadow and like this clear blue sky, and like if there's clouds, they're like really those big, the cumulonimbus clouds. I love that word, the cumulonimbus clouds that are like really, really big, and just like the towering clouds that are carrying so much water over the land. So like those glasses for you, as you're moving through, thank you, Spirit, for this. As you're moving through, like, keep the growth, keep growing, keep doing what you need to do. Go through what you need to go through and walk yourself out of that desert. Walk yourself out of that desert that you are in. Walk yourself out of it. And once you are out of it, you're not ever going to have to be there again. You're not ever going to have to be there ever again. Once you're done with it, and that's really, I hear a promise. That's like the promise. You're making yourself a promise to not ever enter a desert again. There's a promise that's been made between you and your spirits. It's not a contract. It's just a promise. Like there's a promise that you're not ever going to have to return. You're not ever going to have to go back to those places and learn. You're not ever going to have to go back there. You're feeling this growth within you. And so start walking, start walking, start walking, start walking, start talking and start walking, and do what you need to do so that you're able to return to a place that reflects the growth that is really happening internally for you. I also see an animal in the spirit around you, and this animal, it's like a cute little dog, or there's an animal spirit near you. It's like a friendly childhood animal spirit, or it's a maybe not childhood, but it like reminds me of being very childlike, or it reminds you of being very childlike. Like there's the reminder of being childlike. If you have those, and it kind of, you know, like when a dog, like a puppy, it's like a puppy. You know, when a puppy runs up to you and they just want to play, and they're like, they bring you the bone, and they're like, and they won't leave you alone. You know, they're all over you, and they're like, it's puppy playtime. You know, I haven't felt that energy in a long time, but the puppy playtime, that's really what it is. If you're feeling that sort of like comfort energy, it's to help lift you. There's like that spirit is somewhere around you. It doesn't feel like it's necessarily connected to your physical world. Maybe it is. But for what I see, it's very in the spirit for you. It's just coming through to remind you that it's all right to play. Like it's all, even if you, like, as you're walking out of this desert situation, as you're walking out of being in this very like, thank you, Spirit. And you know what? Walk out of it, and every single step you deserve to be removed from that. Every single step that you walk, and every single word that you speak to yourself, and speak every single word that you speak, and every single step that you walk to get yourself out of that situation, you're congratulated. Every single step, every single one of them creates more adept for you. My Chloe, I lost her 2 years ago. Oh, thank you so much for sharing that with me. Thank you, Spirit, for allowing me to see that too. They're still around you. Oh, that makes me want to cry. They're still around you. That they're there to help lift you. They're just returning to you to remind you. Oh my goodness, I am crying. They're just returning to you to remind you how great it can be. Like, don't think about all of this stuff. Like, just play with me for a little bit. Just have fun with me for a little bit. It's there to help lift you. Like if you're ever feeling, oh my goodness, if you're ever feeling, if you're ever feeling like just like down, like in misery, in that darkness, in the places where you don't really want to get up, but you know that you need to get up and get going, and that energy comes through, that Chloe energy is so beautiful. That they're there to help make sure that you get up out of that darkness. It's like an extra supporter that you have. So if you're ever feeling that energy of comfort, they're there to help you. They're probably, once you get up to go do what you need to do, they're going to stick around for a little bit to make sure that you're there and doing what you need to do. And there could be different reminders with that spirit that come through for you, but start having the awareness for yourself of when you are feeling that, and you recognize it. Recognize that they're there with you, and recognize that they're helping you, and recognize how they're helping you too. That's really beautiful. I also see a waterfall. I see you walking through the forest and with this spirit of Chloe and going through the forest and going to this waterfall. And their waterfall, I see you sitting on the edge, because it's a waterfall that goes down into like this pond or like a latrine, and then there's a river that comes out, not a big one, but it's, you know, a stream. And I see you walk up to it. It's your destination. Okay, so you're walking out of the desert. Thank you, Spirit. You're walking out of the desert, and then the further that you walk, the more that you're going to be strengthened with your spirit, this spirit of Chloe that's coming through. They're not going to be there all the time, but they're going to be there more often for the longer that you're walking. That's really beautiful. So thank you, Spirit. The longer that you're walking, the more present they're going to be with you, probably because the more present you're going to be with yourself also. That's really beautiful too. And there's this, it's like you've been in the forest for a while at this point. Like there's a reason you're walking out of the desert, but it's not just to get out of the desert. You're not just getting out of this barren wasteland to get out of the barren wasteland. Like you're going somewhere. There's a destination. There's a space that you want to be in. And so, thank you, Spirit. Woo! Bring it through. And so when you're at this waterfall, that's your destination. And when you're at this destination, I see you sitting there and just sitting up and like staring at this waterfall and basically being like re-gifted. There's going to be so many different spirits that come through for you when you reach this destination. There's going to be so many different messages that come through. There's going to be confirmations. There's going to be consecrations. There's going to be finalizations. You're at the end. When you're at this waterfall, and I don't know if it's like an actual physical waterfall or if it's waterfall. There's a waterfall. That's your destination. When you're reaching this waterfall, you're walking up on it. There's going to be, because you're just in this forest walking. You're in this forest walking. You're in this forest talking. Thank you, Spirit. You're in the forest walking. You're in the forest talking. And you're happy. You're like in the forest and you're happy. And you're doing it. You're in the forest happy. You're living life. You're walking with your Chloe. You're doing what you need to do. And you know that you need to keep walking, even though you're in like a more comfortable or comfortable environment, but you still know that you need to keep walking. And so you're walking, and it's kind of like a surprise. Like the ending is a surprise. You know that the destination is this waterfall, but you don't know when you're going to reach it. You have no idea how you're going to get there. You just know that if you keep walking, you're going to show up. And so you just keep walking, and then eventually there is a waterfall, and it's like this happy surprise of like, whoa, like we're really here, we really did it, and we really made it. Wow, this is wonderful. So it's like you felt like through this walking in the forest, you're already so happy, and like things are already so good because you're way more comfortable than you were in that desert space. Thank you, Spirit, for that elevation and removal. And so there's this beautiful energy as you're walking through the forest, and like you're so happy, but there's like this unrealized joy of receiving this finalization at this waterfall. And there's going to be like I said, I just see so many spirits. There's so many spirits that are coming through to like, their spirits coming through to anoint you through what you've been through. That's what I see. And also place more on you. It's like I just see spirits coming through, and like they're bringing through callings, confirmations. It's lots of messages, because I see them coming through, and there's some that will bring anointment, but there's some, and that is for you to discern and learn what that means for you and how that works for you, but I do see spirits coming through for you in this. And there's also what I see spirits coming through, and thank you, Spirit, for that. I also see spirits coming through. Most of them that are going to come through for you that I am seeing right now are going to come through, and I see their hands going to your mind. So it's like they're making sure that you're not blind anymore. They're bringing you messages. There's, again, confirmations, consecrations, finalizations, reaffirmations, and there's going to be this really big cleansing. It's like you realize that because what I see you then is like you like remove and you go into the water, and there's going to be like a really big cleansing and a really big like just moment of revival. Thank you, Spirit. A moment of revival, because you're no longer in survival. And then from there, everything's going to change. Everything after that changes. Because you understand your destination is to this waterfall. You understand that you just keep walking. You know that there's a space that you're going to be at, and there's going to be these confirmations, affirmations, finalizations, consecrations that are coming through. And then you're going to have this really big cleansing, this really big removal. And when there is this really big cleansing and this really big removal, then there's going to be more messages that come through for you. Is an order. That's what that is. It's an order. So everything will be done in order then, because that's an order. So when you're through with this, like you're in the water, there's this cleansing that's happening, a revival that's happening. There's going to be like, you're realizing now what the new life is for you. You're realizing now like where it is that you're going. What's the next destination? What is it that you're working on in the future? What is it that because there's questions. I feel the questions are like what comes after that, or like there's curiosity, or like you don't need to look beyond that, because that is such a big moment for you that's going to happen and come through. So if you're wherever you're at in this story, keep growing and going, because there's more beyond that point of this waterfall moment, this consecration, finalization within your spirit journey, within your spiritual life. Really, there's a consecration and finalization, and as that is happening, there will start to be messages that come through for you about what it is that you're meant to do now. Because it's like a purpose. Like you've been walking in this purpose and you're almost through to this destination. And then there's going to be more purpose for you. There's going to be more purpose beyond where that is. It feels like there's more to come through if you have questions, but I feel like I need a question or a direction if you still need more information to come through. So if you have questions, please let me know. That's really beautiful. Wow. That's really beautiful. That sounds refreshing. That sounds more than refreshing. That sounds so great that I don't even have the words to describe the way that it feels as I'm like sitting in the energy. Wow. Yeah. It sounds so good. It sounds beyond so good. It sounds beyond so great. It sounds beyond refreshing. It sounds beyond. It feels beyond. I'm so grateful for that moment happening for you, even if it's just here right now in the spirit of this reading. But as you walk through, you keep walking. Oh my goodness, that bring it through in love, truth, elevation, and free. That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes. Wow. Well, if you don't have any questions, I can call it through, but I want to make sure that you feel good about it before we're done, before we call it through, before we call it finished. The beyond. Wow. Oh, and I'm so happy that spirit came through in that reading. That's so beautiful. So beautiful. You are so welcome. Thank you also, Monica. You are so welcome. May everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for supporting me. Thank you, Monica, for your support. Ooh, and congratulations. Congratulations. Even if you're not there yet. Congratulations. Because that's big. You know, that's big. That's a big moment. That's a big moment. That's a big moment. A big moment. So up next, the next reading that I have is for J. Martha. So will you send me a message in the chat too? That made me cry. I was crying too. We were there together. I don't know that I cried as much, or, you know what, no comparison, doesn't need to be. But yeah, it made me cry too. So thank you. Yeah. So for J Martha, will you let me know that you are in the chat, and we will get started on yours. And you have the Valkyrie and the Warding reading, which is beautiful, 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 beautiful. Martha here. I go by Sunshine. Beautiful. Thank you for that. Then Sunshine. That is gorgeous. Sunshine. You know what? I've been sitting in more sun recently, and I love that. I literally today I was like, I love the sun. Yeah, of course you can record it. I also too, for people who did not record it, or if you're interested, I repost the replays of my live streams on YouTube so that people can return to the readings. There's also sometimes a lot of like collective stuff that can come through, not all the time, but sometimes. So they're there also if you don't want to record it and take up space on your phone. But if you want it personally for you, then that is what it is. So yes. Yeah, but yeah. All right. Well, let me read this. I haven't read the message yet. We're gonna sit in both. We have the Valkyrie and the Warding. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, beautiful. Extra beautiful. All right. Work. All right, let's sit with it. So I'll call through the reading and the space for it, and then we shall begin. So at this time, Sunshine, if there are questions, clarities that you need, if there's interests that you're working in, if there's work you want to get into again, if there's predictions that you've been working with or working through, and if there's any spiritual messages that have been coming through for you in your dreams and the physical within your day-to-day life, I ask that you bring those through here and now. And may we receive this information together in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. Let's start with the Valkyrie. Also, for questions about readings, my list right now is closed. I think I'm going to open it back up after this reading. I still have the energy to do more readings, I'm pretty sure, but this reading and the next one are probably going to be a little bit longer. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't overdoing the work for myself before we got to the end of those. So there are still 2 more, and then if I'm feeling like I want to sit with some more, then I'll reopen those, but that's just clarity for where I'm sitting right here and right now. Yes. You're not meant to sit with any new perspectives right now. Like sometimes in our spiritual paths and in our spiritual journeys, we're meant to sit with new perspectives and learn about new perspectives. But if you're learning about new perspectives, you would just be tying yourself into a situation or like a circumstance that you don't really need to be in. So just work with the perspectives that you have now, build with them, grow with them. You're also not meant to go through any destruction right now. So like, especially, I know for me, sometimes I find it difficult to not sit in destructive energy because I personally draw a lot of power on different forms of destruction. I love destruction. I love death. I love that process. But also for you right now where you're at, there doesn't need to be a lot of destruction right now. Let yourself grow, let yourself build, let yourself rebuild. There's been a lot of destruction. You're meant to be rebuilding. Rebuild. You're in a rebuilding energy. There doesn't need to be any more destruction. Rebuild, willed, build with your will, build, willed, rebuild. There's also, you don't need to be patient. I feel like there's a lot of patience that you've offered other people. And not just other people. I feel like there's a lot of patience that you've offered to people, circumstances in your life, and other situations that don't necessarily deserve it or have earned it. There's patience you have offered to external beings and circumstances that haven't earned it. They haven't earned your patience. If you need to get angry, get angry. If you need to, however your emotions, because it's going to be different for every one of those situations, and it feels like there's multiple of them. Don't allow yourself to like force the narrative that you need to be patient with someone or with a circumstance. And I feel like circumstance is also, it could be like circumstance in your life. It could be a circumstance that you've gotten yourself into that you don't want to be in anymore. And sometimes we don't need to be patient. Sometimes we are able to like change that circumstance right here and right now. So allowing yourself to do the work with that and kind of like elevating yourself up out of that and to change your circumstance if you can, and if you need to, changing your circumstance. And there's not a need to be patient also with like the change, like regarding change. If there's new things that you want to come through, change feels strange and it's very different. It's a very different energy. And also, if you're looking for there to be change around you, you don't need to be patient. You just need to go create it and with the rebuilding energy. So if you're working with that in this moment, allow yourself, you don't need to, the patience is if you need it, offer it to yourself, but also you if you're not needing it, just go and create what you need to. Also, speaking of creation, have yourself a vision. Have yourself a vision, reconnect with that vision, reconnect with that creative power. It feels like you're pretty connected to it. So like maybe redirect it or re-inspect a little bit further. If there's details, have a moment with yourself where you're sitting and really understanding too, like what it is that you're asking for in your details. Like what is it that you're creating in your details? What is it that you want to create? I also hear the word manifest, something about being well-dressed during that manifest, well-dressed, manifest, create. There's a way that you can consecrate what you want to create without having to wait. There's something about manifesting or creating some type of situation or circumstance in your life, and you're adding too many steps. There's like, you can have it right now. You can have it right now. I don't know what it is, but you can have it right now. You don't have to, it's like how sometimes it's circumstantial. It's circumstantial, but there's like a different circumstance that you're asking for so that you can have what it is that you're asking for, but there's not necessarily a different circumstance that you need to have what you're asking for unless the different circumstance is what you're asking for. There doesn't need to be any more war or like fighting. No, it's not war or fighting. What is it? There doesn't need to be any more over asking for. I feel like let's move through. I feel like that was pretty good for that one. The tower, rebuilding. Okay, so that was, yes, focusing on rebuilding. Also learning right now too you're not in the era of like pain and destruction and hurt and heartbreak anymore, but there might still be some swords left there. There might still be some swords left in your heart. So learning how to, when it is the right time, discerning when it's the right time to remove those and remove those energies from you, remove the tools and the weapons that were forged against you and wielded against you and wielded against your spirit, wielded against your practice, wielded against your heart, wielded against your art, your artwork, your process of creation. Like removing that, thank you, Spirit, removing that, it takes time to do that. And also understand when you remove it, there's an open wound. Like you have opened yourself up to a vulnerability. It's, you know, in the movies, and this is a real life thing too, when you like, there's like a big, how do I say, like an arrow that goes through somebody's leg and they're like, no, don't take it out. Don't take it out. Like we have to get to more solid ground first, or we have to make it through where we're at right now. And if we take it out, there's like the possibility that like things are going to go bad. So don't take it out yet. It's like that. That's how I feel about this, like taking out of the heart, like when you're taking these swords out of your heart and like what has wounded you, like realize that you are opening that wound, and it's probably going to need time to like scab over and heal. Actually, like you have to take the sword out, and then the healing process naturally is going to happen. But the taking of the sword out with discernment, like do you want to take them all out at the same time? Discernment of that timing, discernment of, because that could be really overwhelming. And if you needed to take some days off of work to like sit with yourself, maybe that's a part of the process too. It's really up to you how you go through that, and like deciding how you go through that, but that's a part of the process for you currently in this moment. That's true. It's like the fight is over, but now there's this era of healing after the fight. Yes. When it comes to, not this one yet, actually. Let's move over here. There's something that needs to be made more clear. There's something that needs to be made more clear. Yes. There's something, even I wanted to leave this card and not look at it. There's something that needs to be made more clear. It's up here. The clearing of the mind, and not just of the mind, the clearing of the mental spirit. The clearing of the mental spirit. There's spirit of your body. There's spirit of the head. The clearing of the mental spirit. It's not necessarily fully connected to the body if it's not clear. So the clearing of the mental spirit. Something about clearing that. There's a lot of people right now collectively who are, myself included, like sobriety has been a big thing since the eclipse for a lot of people. Any way that you're asking yourself to clear out that mind space, it's not just about substances or bringing in different like drinking wine or having a good time, things like that. So the like clearing of that mind is really, really important. And it's not just the clearing of the mind, it is the clearing of the mind, but it's also about going back and like remembering the places that you were hurt in so that you can, it's like little clouds, like every memory that is around you still that isn't benefiting you. Every memory that you were hurt in that isn't benefited, like where you were hurt, like these fights that you were in, this battle era, this fighting era, this painful destruction era that you were in, if there's these it's like tiny little pockets of clouds that are just around your mind. And if you're able to go through and find those like little, they're so tiny in there. They're probably really big when they were happening, but right now they're like just these tiny little clouds. And if you're able to go through and like look into the cloud, the whole purpose of the cloud is to make your mind hazy. So if you can look through it, you've defeated the purpose of the cloud, which means it's going to be removed. And so then if you're able to remove that, then like going through to each one of those little tiny pockets and removing it, you'll know when your mind feels more clear. You'll know when it has been clear. There's going to be a moment where you're like starting to do this work. Maybe meditating or journaling, talking to yourself could be really helpful. Some type of mental self-reflection where you're able to go through and have this further inspection to remove it. Like having that clarity right now, super, super important. Super important that there's clarity there. Because that clarity of the head is connected to the pulling of the hearts and like the removing of the swords. And then it's also it's a part of the rebuilding. Like sometimes to rebuild, you have to make room. If you're going to start the building of a construction, you have to clear the ground. You have to like create space where the building is going to go. And that's part of what is happening with this heart and mental aspect right now. So that's a part of the rebuilding process for you. You're not meant to be up in a tower. You're not meant to be that's not where your power is. Sometimes people have power from being up in a tower and like being higher than other people, and not just higher than other people. It's not about height. It's about like fright. People who are up in a tower by themselves are usually frightened of the world, or there's like fright of some kind. That's not where you draw your power from. It's not being up in the tower. It's like this idea of an expectation where you were meant to be or supposed to be, or during this stage of your life, maybe like you're meant to be here, you're supposed to be here, and like you're not there yet, because that is the tower and that's not where your power is. Your power is where you are. Your power is where you are. You're meant to be where you are, not in this tower. And where are you? That will become clear too. Where are you? Because it's not just about where you are. It's about where you are in your life, sure. It's not just about where you are in the physical, but that has something to do with it. It's about where you are in your practice. It's about where you are in your heart. It's about where you are, like, where are you? Where are you? That's where your power is. It's not about this tower image or these expectations. It's about here. Where are you? That's where your power is. Sometimes we have this theory that if we're able to like do that thing, then we're going to have the power. If we're able to create that experience, then we have the power. If we're able to reach that stage of success or that level of something out there, then we're going to have the power. But it's here. The power is here. The power of our creativity is here. We can look into our mind rewind into the future. We can look into these past experiences, but our power is here because we are here and we are our power. As an individual, you are your power. So allowing yourself to remain here and allow your here to become clear in the heart and in the mind. There's going to be a lot of things that start to rewind. You're going to remember, and then you're going to be able to unwind, and then you're going to be like free of the binds to what has previously happened. And there's going to be the remembrance of like, you are here now, and there's a power in that. And you're going to be grounding in that, not just grounding in it, surrounding yourself in it. You're going to be surrounding yourself in it, surrounding yourself in that power. There's also energy of like collecting the weapons that other people have left behind. Good. Yeah, go and pick them up. Go pick them up. Yes. Yeah. If you have, yes. Yeah. If you're picking, yes, that is exactly what you need to be doing. Yes. You're doing other things too. That's true. But if you're realizing that there's like swords, weapons, tools that have been used against you, maybe they aren't even used against you. Maybe there's left around. Maybe, and this is something. Let me actually talk about that. This is something that I do. I'll sit and study different conversations between either myself and other people, or I'll sit and study social interactions. Maybe I'm not a part of it. Maybe I was just in the room studying those types of social interactions, where I don't have to retract and I can tell that other people are like, there's the wielding of tools happening. They're just going to leave the sword there for you to figure out what it is. Sure. Thank you for that. I appreciate the ability to witness that and have observation. Thank you for allowing me the wisdom of that tool by being present in the moment and paying attention to you. Thank you. Yeah. Pick those up, pick up what other people have left behind. Because if you're pulling out all these like memories from the mind and pulling out all these clouds from the mind and starting to leave them behind, what are you going to fill it with? What are you going to fill it with? What are you going to fill the mind with? And if you start to fill it with these tools are not for fools. Tools are useful. Tools are actually here to help you. So if you're able to look at what's happening around you and the different social interactions and the way that other people think and the way that other people are like interacting with their lives, then yeah, pick that up and start to study those different places and bring that in. You clear it out and then bring it in. That's beautiful. There's also going to be financial heartache that's done. Yeah, there's financial heartache that's done. And that's kind of connected to these different perspectives that you've been like asking yourself for, that you're no longer really needing to sit in. It's like you were asking for different perspectives. You were asking to have these different perspectives, partially because you're asking for there to be financial change or for there to be financial rearrange, and having like more support come through. That support is coming through for you, but first there's all of these other works that need to happen with the heart, the mind, this creativity, and like allowing yourself to become more creative, and also like not being so patient with other people and just like letting them be where they are and what they're doing, and just like allowing that to be present with that, and just accept. It's not just acceptance, but like, you know, removing yourself from their situations and relationships if you need to. And then also, again, being present, picking up the tools. And there's going to be a blessing, a gift, a reaching. There's going to be reachings with financial opportunities. That's true. Reachings. There's going to be reachings with financial opportunities that come through for you when it comes to once you're through with all of these other perspectives. There's also going to be that's kind of towards the end of this happening. Thank you, Spirit. That's towards the end of this happening and towards the finalization of you going through and doing this inner work of the heart and inner work of the mind. And when you're doing this inner work too, as you're like clearing things out, there's going to be glimpses of what could be. Don't sit with them too heavily, but really just start to work through how that feels for you. Because it'll be like whispers. It'll be mental, emotional whispers of what is possible or what could be coming through, or like what opportunity could be presented to you, or what it is that you would have to do to create that opportunity for you also. So start paying attention to those whispers and start really like receiving that, and start to notice how you feel about it. There's not a lot necessarily to do yet through this process of clearing, there's a lot of that you're in right now, the like rebuilding and the clearing process, because when these reachings of opportunity, there's going to be it feels like there's multiple different options. And so there's going to be different whispers of these multiple different options. But ultimately, there's only like one or two that you're going to end up doing. Or there may be multiple. Understanding how you feel about sitting in multiple different options at the same time, like taking on multiple different responsibilities at the same time. So it's really up to you, but just sitting in the feeling and the revealing of like when you're doing this clearing work, what are the whispers that come through about what's possible for you? Because it really is like potential possibility of those whispers are coming through to help protect you and remind you that there is something to be revered that is reaching you in the future, so that you're able to receive the financial and resource assistance that you're needing. It's also too, it's going to be like it's going to be momentary. Like there's going to be, that's true. The opportunity is going to come through, or these opportunities are going to come through. And if that's part of the reason that you need to really sit with those whispers as you're working through the heart and the mind clearings, because there's going to be an opportunity that comes through and is revealed to you. And if you are not ready to walk into that opportunity, then there's not anything about your situation. Like you're going to remain the same. If you're not sitting with the revealings and what's coming through in those whispers, to really kind of like, it's like an acclamation of like, are you worth that? How do you feel about it? Are you ready for it? If you're not ready for it, why are you not ready for it? And could you be ready for it? Is it a potential that you really want to sit with? Because once it's like going to come through and it's going to be presented to you, and if you're not able to sit at the offering plate and like receive what you're asking for, then they're going to give it to somebody else. They're going to give that offering plate to somebody else. So just remember that when the offering plate comes through, don't rush yourself, but also understand that it's not going to be there it's going to be there for while it's there. It's going to be there for while it's there. And then if you're receiving it, you're receiving it. And if you're not receiving it, they're going to leave and have someone else receive. So remember that. It's a potential. It's a guarantee that it's a potential, but there needs to be the activation of you receiving it. A great receiving, by the way. It's a great receiving. And that's kind of why you need time to acclimate. Because if the feeling worthy of more, acclimation. It's like coming up from the deep underwater pressure, and like you have to acclimate to the different pressures in the ocean before you reach the surface. There you go. All right. So, keep doing what you need to do internally. I mean, we've been through the entirety of the Valkyrie side of the reading. So before actually I close out the Valkyrie side and go into the warding, do you have any questions about what has come through for this? It's pretty lovely, honestly. This is a very empowered, like, you got this, go get him, you're doing great energy. So, that's wonderful. Also, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I am gonna go and open up my readings again, just FYI. We have one more reading in this reading to get through, or to go through. One more part of the reading. And then I believe it is an astrology chart. Is that true? Yes. And then there's an astrology chart reading after that. But then after that, I'm going to reopen the list. So if you are someone who has been sitting and waiting and wondering if I was going to reopen the list, I am going to reopen the list. So just a heads up, I'm going to go do that right now. And then we're going to get into the rest of Sunshine's reading. What are we doing physically to improve my ability to be ready to receive? Look at that. Preparation for a raisin station. All right. Yes. Allow me a moment to go and, how do I say, change this, return to the opening of these receivings. Yes. And then we will continue. And thank you for the patience. A preparation. You know what? That's beautiful, because that's true. To be able to receive, there does need to be preparation. And I've been understanding a lot more about preparation work recently. it's been a beautiful understanding, and it's also been, I am grateful, because I've always been someone who's been very, not to get too personal, but I've always been someone who's been very into preparation work or understanding that I need to be prepared. And recently it's been a learning. It's been a learning and a lesson in a beautiful session. That's true. In a beautiful session. All right. So those readings are both, well, my readings are open again. So if you wanted to come in and have your reading, they are open. So let us return now to Sunshine's reading, and thank you for the patience in that. So preparation to receive. Preparation to receive. There's a process of creativity that you need to leave. It's like it's a childlike creativity, but it's a childlike creativity that you did to keep yourself safe. So like trauma informed within yourself. What creativity were you or have you been practicing that has been grounded somewhere in your youth that kept you safe? There's a process of creation that doesn't need to be around anymore. And closing the door on it, like recognizing how it's integrated into your life, and then removing it and the removal of it. There's also, if you are in trickster energy, or there's been tricksters around you, or you've been having, it's like these like worries. There's worries and questions of like, is that for you? Is it real? Is it the question of is it blank? Is it blank? Is it blank? Is it blank? Also, I see whoever just sent through. Thank you. Is it? That is a trick question. And so if you're recognizing like where that question is coming from, and kind of like the purpose of it, and almost like a regression, like going backwards, maybe not a regression. Okay, what is it then? If it's not a regression, it's something repressed. Repression. It's a repression. If you're able to sit, it's like when you recognize the question, is it? Understanding it's a repression, and then classes in session, like study it and learn from it. Like, what is that that's being repressed? And it's a cycle of learning. Like it's not just a one and done. It's going to be something where like it's a kind of a habitual thing that needs to be broken. And to the breaking of a habit, the breaking of a bondage, the breaking of that like worry or is it cycle. And also the removal of this creativity. They go together. The removal of this creativity. And they're clever that they go together. They don't look like they go together on the surface, but the more work that you do on it, you're going to realize, oh, you were in this creativity and also these like worrying aspects and is it aspects. They're like from the same place and just created themselves to be manifest through you in different ways. It could be parental related, possibly. Like maybe one is from like one side of the family and one is from another side of the family. And so like really breaking that down, and like the breaking of generational bindings and bonds from your process. It's like really rooted. Thank you, Spirit. It's really rooted. This is something that's really rooted in your life. It has a root in your life, and that's ancestral with the roots. I'm wondering what this childlike mode of creativity is. It's something that you're leaning on, something that you're working through, already gone. But it needs to be resurfaced, remembered. It needs to be resurfaced. Let's pull more cards, actually. It needs to be resurfaced or remembered. It's like something that you're working through, something that... Thank you, Spirit. There's something that it's a childlike process of creativity, and the only reason that you connected with it was because of the ancestral stories that have come before you. Not because you were interested in it, not because you enjoyed it. Maybe you did enjoy it eventually, but the reason that you connected with this sort of creativity and process of creativity is because there were ancestral lineages or ancestral ties or ancestral connections with this form of creativity. You learned it as a child. You learned it as a child and you ran wild with it. You ran wild with it and you did so many different like arts or creativity like practices with it. And if you're able to really trace back the roots of it, like this is ancestral ancestral workings, ancestral, being rooted in that, being rooted in the process of understanding that, because that's also a part of this worry and the studied piano from age 6 but hated it. So there learning in return, because when we practice creativity has been coming through a lot recently, so thank you, Spirit, for that. When we practice creativity, we have so many different tools of creativity, but from our previous experiences of like creativity and creative expression, we have certain tools. So there's certain tools that you learned while you were in piano, and in that you didn't like it, but you did it. It's not just piano. It's like the certain type of process of creative expression. Yes. That certain type of process of creative expression, when you're remembering that, thank you. When you're remembering that and going through and removing the tools that were used against you possibly, or like the type of discipline that you had to be in, or the type, there's a lot of different ways that could show up, and I'm not really sure, so I don't want to speak to, it feels like I need to kind of leave it open for you to sit with and study. But go back and return to that version of yourself, and also like returning to that version of yourself and remembering where, why, and how those different forms of creativity expression that you don't necessarily want to be rooted in or agree with, how they're still coming through in your life. Even if you don't realize it, going back and like remembering those different processes that you didn't like, because there's probably, when we go through things as a kid that we don't like, but we kind of have to be there ends up being, even if it feels like a small level of it, or it feels like it wasn't that big of a deal, there ends up being like repressed memories or repressed energies or repressed, like to sit through something that we don't like, we do have to repress some part of us. So going back to those versions of you to bring out that what did you really want to say? Did you really want to tell your piano teacher to like go away? Did you want to yell at your parents because they were dragging you to these lessons? Like what did you really want to say? What did you really want to do in those moments? And allowing yourself to remember that is going to free you basically of where that the processes of creation that you currently have right now are still rooted in from that experience. So it's kind of like a retrieval and a healing simultaneously, like retrieving your power from those spaces. And so allowing yourself to really work through, like not just work through it, but remember it and validate it and create safe space for that version of you where you're at now, because then you're able to be done with it. And also your process of creativity is going to be very different, because you're not going to be rooted in that version of you's process of creative expression anymore. And there's going to be different versions of creative expression for you that are more rooted in who you are now, and not necessarily rooted in ancestral traumas or wisdoms that are not who you are and what you are here in your truth to be. That's true. Yes. Something grounding that you cannot see. Something grounding that you cannot see. Do you need to work? That's the question. Do you need to work? It's been so accurate and spot on. Truly enlightening. Beautiful. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Do you need to work? There's something when you're going back and remembering this version of you who is in piano, and like really sitting with that version of you and making time to sit with that version of you, and like allowing that version of you to come through, and like just remembering because there's other forms of creativity and creative expression that you were practicing as a child that you kind of had to sacrifice the time to go and sit with piano. So you weren't actually able to sit with your creative expression how you wanted to, because you were forced to sit with piano instead. I'm really sorry for that, or sorry for, yeah, I'm sorry that you had to go through that, because having to repress yourself is, in any situation, is not fun. So it's not easy either. So going and sitting with that version of you, there becomes this question of like, do you need to work or not? Do you need to work or not? Can life be fun? What does it look like now? What does it look like? What type of position do you want to be in your life? Do you need to work? What does it look like? There's like these questions that are going to start to come up of like, maybe we can do that. There's like other creative expressions that are coming up, and maybe it's just a hobby, or maybe it's like something that you're doing on the side for yourself. Maybe it's something that, and it doesn't necessarily need to be turned into a career, but there's versions of you that wanted to be in different creative expression that were not able to be because they were afraid, because of what you were going through with those repressed creative energies. And so thank you, Spirit. So allowing yourself to return to that, there's going to be this question of like, do you need to work? Do you need to work? Do you need to work really hard? Can it be easy? What does it look like to force something? Do you need to force something? Do you need to change the course? There's just going to be so many questions that start to come up about creative expression. Give yourself room to explore them in space and time and creative energy, because you need all of those to be creative. Give yourself the time to do that. Give yourself the time to do that. Give yourself the time. Because you know what? You deserve it. You deserve it. Have you earned it? Probably. You've earned it. You've earned it. You deserve it. Give yourself the time. Give yourself the time. It's not a crime to give yourself the time. Give yourself the time. Give yourself the time. Also, this type of creative expression that has been repressed was a form, it was like destruction. There will be a destruction. Thank you, Spirit. There will be a destruction around this form of creativity while you're revisiting it. It's like this version of you that has been in it. This is what I see, like more psychically. It's like a version of you that's been in this cage. It's like I see you being walked into this piano, and like the cage behind you is locked, and you're locked in this cage with this piano, and you have to be there. And as you're going through and remembering this, you're like slowly, like basically like beating down the cage. The version of you now is like slowly beating down the cage, and the version of you back then is not going to really recognize what's happening while you're doing that until you get pretty close to having the cage broken open. Like, you don't have the key to the lock to get it unlocked, but you can break the walls. For sure. You can break down that cage that younger version of you is trapped in right now. And so then younger version of you is going to start to root for you. The younger version of you is going to start to root for you. Because they're so focused, that younger version of you is so focused on the piano and playing the piano. But eventually enough of that cage is going to come off that they're like, what is this person doing? And then they're going to realize what you're doing. They're going to be like, what, do I keep playing, or what do I do? What is it that I do? You know what? No, I'm going to root for you. So that inner child of yours is going to start to root for you in that destruction. And then that inner child gets to go do what they want, and you get to go do what you want. It's like you are helping your inner child, and your inner child is helping you, because that inner child is going to help to cheer you on, and you're the one who's freeing that inner child of what they've been through. So that's so cute, honestly. That is a really cute, that's a great way to put it. That is a really cute vision. I really like that. It's not just a vision. That's a happening. There's something consecrated through this. Oh, thank you. There's something consecrated through this. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but there's something that's consecrated through this. It's like, wow. There's all these creative ideas that are going to start to kind of like spring up from this well within you while you're going through this process of destroying this cage, and like the process of this destruction. There's so many ideas, and there's so many ideas, and there's so many ideas. You might start to explore things. Like, I see you starting to explore different forms of creativity and different forms of like creative expression and doing different art forms. And I see you exploring those things. But then when it's really over, when it's really done, and when it's done, the cage is broken, that version of you that was younger is free. You now are free of that version of you who's been trapped, and it's over. It's done. There's something consecrated. There's like, you have your idea. It's like you're waiting for an idea. There's some idea that you've been waiting for. There's some to open a new door, to do something new, to do something new. Like, your life could turn into something completely different. And going through the process of this destruction, within yourself to get done with that, because you're asking about preparation. How do you prepare yourself for that offering to come through? This is a part of that, going through, because to balance in the shadow is how we receive the light. To balance in the light is how we receive the shadow. So to make sure that you're going through in those dark places in the shadow for you, and doing the work that you need to do, means that you're making room in the light also for this to be received by you. So there's going to be something that comes through. It might be different than you're expecting. It might be different. It might be exactly what it's going to be different than you're expecting. All right. Thank you, Spirit. It's going to be different than you're expecting. You're going to start to dream again. You're going to start to dream, and your dreams are going to scream at you. It's like the dreamer in you that's the caged version of you, is this dreamer. It's not just a dreamer. It's like the artist and the dreamer, and that version of you that is stuck there. When you set that version of you free, it's free for you now too. And there's going to be so many ideas, and then there's going to be this process of like, it looks like it's going to take a little bit more time once there's the freeness and it's broken. And there's going to be this, like, you're really working through, and it's just these dreams, and like it's like you can't deny it anymore. And there's something that surfaces. And you're like, that's what it is. That's the idea. That's what I have to be. That's really big. It's bigger than you're expecting, because it's not just about your career. It's about you. It's about you being you. I don't have any more words. Do you have any more questions? I don't have any more words. Do you have any more questions? Because that's really big. Because that's really, really big. It is, holy smokes. That's really big. It's about you. Oh my goodness. That makes me so happy for you. And so grateful that I'm able to sit and like create this space of a reading for this information to come through. That's so incredible. I'm getting told that I'm leading towards that aha moment. One of the things I feel like is important to note is there's going to be frustration. Use that frustration to beat down the cage. There's going to be frustration. Use that frustration to beat down the cage. That what is encaging that younger version of you, that artist and the dreamer version of you. Use the frustration and the anger to go through and beat the cage down. And that's one thing recently, I'll share that. That's one thing recently that Spirit has been having me work on, is talking back. If there's like memories that come through, or if you need to create that like boundary or border, like you're not allowed that for that version of you. Like, no, you're not allowed to tell me to sit here and play the piano. You're not allowed to tell me that. You're not allowed to. I'm not going to do it. That's part of the aggression. No, I'm not going to. And learning how to say no to every single person who has told you what to be in that process is going to allow you to ground what you're asking to yourself to be. Extra question. Maybe it's not what I should be asking or thinking about since it's about me. Well, you can ask. Totally. Yeah. For sure. And if I have an answer, then I will send it to you through. Yeah. Also, I am going to close my list again because the next two readings that came in are also kind of big ones. So, so I'm going to close that again. And, well, you know what? I'll wait for one more to come through. If there's one more person that wants to come through for a reading, I'll keep them open. But then after that, we're gonna be done for the night. So, yes. To do with this aha, self-discovery, self-review. I think there's a message that didn't come through. Because all I see is to do to do with this aha self-discovery, self-realization moment with a question mark, but I feel like I'm missing a part of the question. Sometimes TikTok does that with messages, and I don't know why it happens, but if I'm missing a part of the question, let me know. If not, then maybe more information would help me also. Yes. And then also, just for clarity's sake, for order of the readings, up next is Jasmine, and then there's Lexi, and then there's Kate. So now we know. Will a particular person I have in mind be a part of my big self-realization moment? You're going to receive everything you need to when you're asking for it. Ask for help if you need it. If you need help from this person, ask for it. Ask for help if you need it. I feel like you're asking that question because there's like, you're asking for, I'm not exactly sure why you're asking for that clarity, but ask for help if you need it. If you need to ask this, it's not even about asking this person for help, but ask for help. You're allowed to ask for help. You're allowed to ask for help. So ask for help. Ask for help. Oh, well, I'm grateful that made sense because that's beautiful. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? I feel like I feel pretty grounded and pretty good. It feels pretty clear up here with everything that needed to come through. I feel like we had the big moment in the reading. That was really beautiful, Lots hidden. Sometimes that's the way it needs to be. So amazing. Beautiful. Thank you. So good. So good. All right. So then may everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for booking with me and for supporting me. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you. Thank you for being here. Oh, and good luck with what you're going through, because that is really in-depth work. That's really in-depth work. And you're doing the work of a dreamer. That's so beautiful. So good, so good. For Daniel, I'm doing one more reading tonight. So if you are interested in that one more, well, I have 3 readings after this, and then I have one more opening on the list. So if you are interested in that, it is open. So, oh, and thank you so much for the support. It's so, after having done this for, since the end of 2020, so 3.5 years now, about 3.5, through also one of the most rough patches in my personal life as a young adult. I'm in my mid-20s, but that's still, am I still a young adult? Adult. I'm an adult now. One of the most rough patches that I've been through, was when this all kind of came to be for me. So I'm so grateful for everyone who has been supporting me through that. It's been, this is what has kept me grounded through everything that I've been through. So thank you. I don't have enough thank yous. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Oh, wow. So up next is Jasmine. Yes, up next is Jasmine. And this one is for astrology practices. This is one of my favorite astrology ones to do. All right, so allow me a moment to put your information into the chart. And I also can feel, too, that I'm probably going to need to use the restroom soon as a human. So I think I'm going to enter this info and then press the pause button and go take care of myself as a human and then return and we can do the reading. So I'm so excited. Too. It's going to be good. Yes, it is. I am not good at multitasking though. So allow me a moment to get the information into the system that I pull the charts from. Yes. Aha! And the final reading has just come through. So good. All right, so actually, let me go and close that down now. And then I will come back and we can switch it up. And thanks for your patience also as I get these set up and the list closed. I appreciate that. And you know what? I am grateful for every single time that someone does not rush me and just allows me to be. My gratitude goes to you, because that is something that is in value for me. It is in value, and I'm grateful for it. So the list for tonight is officially closed. Yes. And then, actually, I think I am going to go use the restroom now, and then I'll come back and finish getting that information into the chart. Beautiful. So allow me a moment. I'm going to press pause on this, and I'll return in a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I have returned. I do still need to get that information back into the chart. So again, allow me a moment. Also, I woke my cat up, so we may have a visitor eventually. He's usually pretty camera shy, but every once in a while, he comes to visit. And you know what I love when he comes to visit? It's one of my favorite things, because he doesn't normally visit the screen. So yeah. Ooh. All right. And actually, let me turn on these other aspects too. All right, so in your note, you say, harness your power. And what energy should you be calling to? That's an intense question. All right. Well, let's go through. Let's go through and really look at it. All right. Harnessing power, harnessing power. Well, you have a Capricorn stellium, so that should definitely be a focus. That's really awesome. Wow. You have, and this is going to be an interesting reading. You have a sun conjunct your north node by a degree. It's off a degree, but it's still conjunct. You have a sun conjunct your north node. And what that means is that sometimes when you're being yourself, we're already off to a good start. Yes. Sometimes when you're being yourself, actually, I do not have any more slots for readings tonight. I can feel myself already starting to get a little bit tired, but you know what? We're here for it. So yeah, there's no more slots for readings tonight. This is one reading, and then there's 3 more readings after this. So yeah, after that my list is done. But yeah, just for clarity's sake for everybody in the room. But yeah, so you have a sun and north node conjunct. And what happens with the sun and the north node, this is an interesting placement because the 10th house is modernly ruled by Capricorn, and your sun and your north node, and where is your Saturn? I think your Saturn is conjunct your MC. Hold on. No, your Saturn is a part of that conjunction. I was not reading the degrees correctly. Oh, yeah, goodness. So when you have placements that are conjunct, that is wild. When you have conjunctions with the north node, it makes it sometimes a little bit more difficult to tap into those placements because the north node is really about our purpose and our calling, and it's also about our ability. Like, one of the biggest things for you in your life is to be uncomfortable. You have to learn how to be uncomfortable, and you have to learn how to harness your power wherever that power is being drawn from, however it is that you decide to draw on your power, and where you're drawing that power from. For example, for myself, I draw power on love, in love, from love, love you, love it. There's other spirits that I have relationships with where I draw power from that relationship also. And they say in my power also, it's a sharing. It is a sharing and a caring. That's how I see it. That's how it works for me. But when you have that north node conjunction, the north node is all about purpose and calling, and so it is like doing things that are uncomfortable for you, and it's building new skills and doing things that are new. It's also, if you believe in life regressions and like past lives and future lives, it's about what we're doing in this lifetime to set us up for a future lifetime. And also, if you're looking at your transformations in this lifetime, thank you, Spirit, it's also about what you're doing now to set yourself up for like where you're going next, like the success for your next adventure or your next transformation. Which you also have a Scorpio Pluto that's ruled by Scorpio, so your transformations happen pretty naturally. But with that north node, all right, so this is the reason I say this is interesting is because the north node usually makes it a little bit more difficult to tap into those placements. However, you have a Saturn that is in the 10th house, and the 10th house for you, it's not ruled by Capricorn, but you have a Capricorn stellium conjunction in the 10th house, so the Capricorn energy in your 10th house is pretty strong. It's ruled by Aquarius, but there's mostly Capricorn energy, even though there's more degrees of Aquarius. And having the 10th house modernly ruled by Capricorn, and your Saturn rules Capricorn, so like you have this like really good natural alignment of that energy, which is really going to be, that's going to be the comfort in it, is like you may be pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone and doing things that are very different, or building new skills, or having to get really into the work and creating new order, because that's a lot about Saturn, is like making sure that you're in the work and doing the details and like paying attention. Also, Capricorn has to do with our systems. It's like generational systems, so like politics, taxes, also generational systems like the school systems. Anytime that you find a generational system that's taken generations to be built and will take generations to change, That's Capricorn energy. Also systems like time and gravity, those are systems that we are pretty much bound to right now with the science that we have. Even when we talk about zero gravity, it's still in relation to there being gravity. So those types of systems that we're bound to by being a human. That also has to do with Capricorn. So having a Saturn that is ruled by Capricorn, it actually makes that energy a little bit easier for you because your Saturn is now, it's naturally in that energy and being in the 10th house. And what happens with the 10th house, the hierarchies, when there's a lower level, a lot of people look at this house as like jobs or career aspect, because what happens is if you have like a manager and there's a lower level of employees, those lower level of employees, what they're really doing for that manager is automating a system. And that's how the manager is able to be above that in the hierarchy. So if you're able to learn about hierarchies, this is going to be probably a really big area of study for you. I don't know exactly how it fits into your practice and your life, because there's so many different ways that can be applicable. So also, what are you applying it to would be a great question to ask yourself. But sitting and studying hierarchies and sitting and studying what is it in your life that I'm constantly looking to automate systems in my life. Yes, beautiful. And you should be with the way that your chart is set up. So automating anytime that you can automate systems, like even just automating your bills, like having them just pull out or having there be a direct deposit to your account, like that type of system, having there be automation is really important, because what happens is if you're able to automate that system, then you are able to go into a different level of the hierarchy. And then if you're able to even automate that level of the hierarchy, it takes time and it takes work and it takes effort. But if you're able to automate that, then you're able to level up again. That's how Capricorn builds wealth, is that they're able to say that you start off working a job and then you're able to save up enough money that you have investments, and then those investments become other investments. Like that's the layers of those kinds of hierarchies when it comes to finances, at least. There's a lot of different ways that can be applicable to people's lives. Autopay saved my life. Yes, definitely. And part of the reason that automation is going to be really helpful for you is because of that North Node conjunction. Part of that Sun being conjunct with the North Node too is that I also want to point out that these are it's a 2 degrees. You have the Sun at 29, the North Node at 28, and Saturn at 27. So they are a degree off. It's not a direct Cazimi, which is where it's at the heart of the Sun, but it's still together. But just so you know, it's not like a direct on top. But the Sun being with the North Node, that can be like anytime that you're being your true self or like your authentic self, you're having to build new skills, or like building new skills also means that you have to be your true self and like your most authentic self. So really like leaning into that and understanding what that looks like for you, and like learning how to have that heart shine. Your MC being here means that this has to do with your career. So you're probably someone who's very, very career oriented and very much about like your stellium of Capricorn is across that MC. And also Capricorn rules your house of purpose. So your purpose is to be in those systems and to create those systems. Also in the house of, we'll get back to the MC in a moment, but I want to talk about the placements in that 9th house. It's your Neptune, your Uranus, and your Mercury. So that means spiritual sight is part of your purpose. Also the artist, being an artist is a part of your purpose, and having communication and being able to communicate is a part of your purpose. And that those being in Capricorn, it has to do with the details and the systems and the structure. Also, people who have Mercury and Capricorn are really, really good at weaving with the details. If you're going to be creating any type of manifestation or creation, I don't necessarily use manifestation. It's come up in a couple of different readings earlier, probably because it was like language that those people normally sit with, but I look at that as a process of creation. Sometimes manifestation is just like having it randomly pop up in your life. With the amount of Capricorn placements that you have, that probably doesn't happen. So allowing yourself to really get in tune with how are you able to manipulate the world around you. And manipulation is not necessarily a bad thing. Manipulation is a part of creation. Like making food, you're manipulating it and cutting it up, putting energy into it, you're using heat, stuff like that. So learning how you are in that, like the details of it. How is paying attention to the details, how does that as a practice in a study, because that's the reading that you got for astrology, was like the practices, being aware of the details and how you're moving in the details is going to be really important. Also, how does, when you, it could be, let's say for example, because I have my desk here, okay, there's a lot of stuff here that you can't see, but this space right here is clear. So I'm going to use this little part of my desk as an example. Say that I have this pen, okay, and it represents something for me, and this is because of the Neptune here. This is how like your spiritual order would work, because having there be a spiritual order is something that like that Neptune in Capricorn needs to be a part of. So this pen represents something, I don't know exactly actually what this represents for me, but it represents something very specific, okay? And if I'm able to understand that and I move it into a very specific position, the details of it, right, then I know that that's going to change something. Understanding those kinds of details and being really articulated in it, even though your North Node is in Capricorn and that's like a new thing for you, it's something, learning that skill it's invaluable. This means that paying attention to details, writing stuff down if you need to, making time for meditation so that you can clear your mind too, especially because Aries is in the 12th house for you. And so anytime that your mind is not clear, then there's possibly going to be a sacrifice that's required of you. So making sure that you have, especially with all of these detail-oriented aspects that you have from Capricorn, making sure that those details are really structured in the mind, and making sure that that mental space is really clear. And then too, your sun being at 29 degrees means that anytime that you are your authentic self, you're also calling something to an end. You're like wrapping up a lesson. So there's this pretty serious happening when you're tapping into the North Node. Facing fear is going to be a really big thing for you. Facing fear is going to be a really big thing for you, because a lot of the times okay, when I was on a call the other day, I sit cross-legged here, and I like have my blanket, and sometimes my cat will be like underneath my feet. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't there while I put my feet on the ground, so thanks for that. But facing your fears is going to be something that's really, really big in this life for you. And also too, making sure, because Capricorn, if you're able to be so I made a decision 6 years ago to always move toward my fear. You're already naturally in it. So good for you. You know what? Good for you. The more that you're detail oriented with all of the Capricorn placements that you have, and because this goes over your house of purpose, this can be in any area of your life, the details of any area of your life, your relationships, yourself, and the purpose that you have within yourself, and the purposes that you're moving for yourself, the purpose of your dreams, the purpose of your call. Anytime that you're sitting with your purpose, and more than likely in any area of your life, because of your stellium, you're going to be sitting in purpose and sitting with purpose. These are placements where it could cause you to become more avoidant. And so having a really good trigger system for yourself to recognize when you're becoming avoidant of yourself, becoming avoidant of details, becoming dismissive. What I really feel from this is like some form of meditative awareness practice is going to be really beneficial for you. And if you're already doing that, having there be an integration of, because we think of sometimes meditation and that type of awareness practice as like becoming Zen or clearing the mind, or like having there be kind of like this washing and clearing. And that's still applicable. For you though, with your placements, it's going to be super beneficial if you're able to have a meditative practice. Say that you sit down 20-30 minutes every day, if you're able to do that, and you're able to sit and study the details of your life. Like literally just sit and think about, you may not even have to close your eyes, and it could be done in a journal aspect too, but like 30 minutes of reflection where you're looking at the details of your life and you're uncovering the details of your life. It could be a conversation that comes up and you're looking at it because your Mercury's here. It could be a conversation that comes up and like looking at the details of that conversation and understanding how you were speaking in the details and what did those details really lead to, and what were the details that the other person was sharing with you. How did that inform the conversation and how did that change the conversation? Because you also, I want to point this out as like a lucky thing, with all of this like really dense Capricorn energy that you have your fortune placement in your second house in Gemini. It's the only placement that you have in Gemini. Also with Jupiter in Gemini, it's Gemini season, and we have Venus in Gemini. Mercury is about to be in Gemini. We have Gemini stuff going on, so this is actually kind of relevant for what's happening here and now over the next like month or so. Well, and Jupiter won't cross over this for another 8 or 9 months. It'll probably be a while for that one, but Fortune is a very swift moving placement in the chart, and it's like showing up at the right place at the right time, and just like all of a sudden something that you've been asking for is there in front of you, and that's in your second house, which means that literally doing that for yourself and showing up at the right place at the right time is that's your resource. Like you show up at the right place at the right time, and like that is you're like, oh, that you're able to do that for companies, you're able to do that for you're able to do that for other people. You showing up at the right place at the right time and doing that through systems and doing it through details and that form of automation and hierarchies, your good luck shows up because you're in that process. So most people who have Capricorn placements are not actually lucky. They just have to do the work and it pays off. But when you do the work and it pays off, you're afforded extra luck because of it. That's pretty great. You don't normally see that in somebody's chart. So good for you. Congratulations. When it comes to, well, let me return to your note and refresh my memory about what you said. Harness your power. Is there any questions that you have? Because I want to sit with this chart for a longer. I don't feel like the reading is over yet, but I want to ask you kind of like where you're at, or if there's any questions. There's been, some pretty big general and also some specific information that's come through. And just with all the information here, I want to make sure that I, stay in a direction. Speaking of details, I want to stay in a detailed direction that fits you and works for you. So if you have anything that you want to direct towards or work with, let me know. All validating and clarifying. Beautiful. Thank you for those words. Mm-hmm. I also said I was going to get back to the MC. I haven't done that yet. The MC is the most visible point in the sky. Oh, thank you, Spirit. It's the most visible point in the sky when you are... Oh, thank you, Spirit. It's the most visible point in the sky. And so like when you're born, it's the highest point in the sky. So it's the most visible point of you too. So the fact that you have all of these Capricorn placements around this MC, if ever you were, this is kind of like words of caution also, and just like preparatory too. If ever there's something that you want to do in your career, and where other people are near and they're able to see you and like view you, you're going to be able to do it. Anything that you are asking for, if you put your mind to it, you're going to go through it. You're someone who is able to create the reality that you're asking for, understanding that we only have so much time. That's one of the lessons of Capricorn. Actually, as Saturn and your Saturn being in Capricorn too, we only have so much time here on Earth. So just making sure that you're spending your time wisely and really like what is getting really focused on, like what's the big picture. It would probably be a really healthy practice to review the big picture especially because your North Node is here, reviewing your big picture during eclipse seasons, or like kind of staying in tune with the eclipses and what are they doing. That's going to be really helpful for you. That's going to be like super, super, super duper helpful for you. With the North Node being connected to this Capricorn stellium that you have going on, anytime that the North Node is activated in an eclipse, so for this season it's Aries, so paying attention to the next one's the full moon, and kind of looking back on what happened during the Aries eclipse in our previous eclipse season too. I struggle with the big picture, always lost in the sauce of the details. And that is, it makes sense because Saturn is super detail oriented, and so is Capricorn. They're both and your Saturn's in Capricorn, and it's also in the 10th house, which is where that is modernly ruled. So like you have this super at home Saturn and Capricorn. It's super, 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 super detail oriented. So if you're looking at the bigger picture, one of the practices with these placements that would be beneficial to bring in is like every eclipse season, start to bring in the big picture again. Where do you want to be? The typical like this hasn't been like a narrative, I don't think, for a while. But that typical, like, where do you want to be 3 to 5 years from now? It might not be 3 to 5 years. It might just, like, you might not have a time marker on it, but just understanding what you want in the long term, no matter how much time it really takes you to get there. Reviewing that over eclipse season for you is going to be really helpful. It's going to be really helpful. And normally I wouldn't suggest someone brings in, well, there's that too. Normally, I wouldn't suggest that someone with a bunch of Capricorn placements brings in the moon cycles and the like moon energy. Are you familiar with moon magic and moon cycles, or how familiar are you with that, I guess, before I just yap about it and talk about it? I normally wouldn't suggest that someone brings in moon cycle magic for Capricorn placements, but you have a Neptune in Capricorn and your moon is in Pisces, which is ruled by Neptune, and that means it's ruled with that Capricorn energy. Love working with the moon. Beautiful. So if you're familiar with it, and you have like a pretty good practice and understanding of that, dive into it. That it will help you. It sounds counterintuitive because Capricorn is super like structure oriented and it's very like, but if you're able to combine that practice, you may even, because it's social interactions, so really paying attention to the like random happen chance things that are going on when the moon is in certain phases, because your moon's in Pisces, so it could be like this indirect, like you're out for coffee on a third quarter moon. We have actually our moon it's a third quarter Pisces moon over the next couple days, so there you go, with the alignments. Also, you're born on a new moon. So you're born on a moon where like you're literally starting a new cycle. So you're meant to start new cycles. And with all of like in your lifetime, you're meant to, yes, you're meant to start new cycles in your lifetime. And because of all the Capricorn placements that you have, you might not be able to see what those new cycles actually turn into. It's like you're creating something that you're gonna leave behind for people in this life. And so having there be this kind of like, the moon cycle will keep you grounded in the big picture, grounded or in the flow of the moon. It's grounding sometimes, yes, but it might be that with the, let me return to the 11th house happening, it might be that you're out for coffee and you like randomly overhear people talking about something that has to do with your moon magic, or like what you're weaving with your cycles and like your big picture energy and your big picture work. And it's going to be like leaning into the combination, because moon energy, at least how I experience, it's very indirect. It's very wavy, it's water. It's very indirect. It's very wavy, and having there be that indirectness and that waviness to it, you're not always able to say like that is that. It's sometimes this could be this, and like turning it into the weaving process. It's not always super detailed and direct. So it'll be a process of really leaning into that water energy and leaning into that that flow of those weavings with your moon and like the really big picture. And then also to that Capricorn energy of being super detail oriented and being really structured and being really like with your systems and keeping your order and being so. Also, we have Saturn moving through Pisces right now, and I'm pretty sure, let me look at our transits. I'm pretty sure that Saturn has already moved over your moon placement. Yeah, Saturn's already moved over your moon placement. So you're probably actually like in a really good place to start this practice, because there's been like probably a clearing through the order in your spiritual practice, and like with the moon magic that you're working, there's probably been a clearing or like a revealing or revering too, where your moon magic has come through a new order. It's come through a new order. That's what Saturn does when it transits a sign. It brings new order. So there's probably been new order that's been brought to that moon practice for you. Also being super detail oriented with your moon practice, and allowing there to be every once in a while within those details, if there's ever details in your Capricorn placements that you don't understand, or like in that order and structure that you keep in your life and in your purposes too, like if there's something that you're weaving big picture with the moon and you're asking for there to be a big picture experience, or like there's a destination somewhere you want to be there, then having there be the details. Please allow me to speak in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and will be. If you're able to keep the details within those moon weavings and then kind of see what they turn into, and then reground them and redetail them, and see what they turn into and reground them and redetail them, that's kind of the process. That's the process, and that is hopefully the process that allows you to not really have too much stress. Sometimes this Capricorn like heavy energy can cause people to be a little bit stressful, but that's what I would focus on with these placements, is having there be these really, like on the new moon or whenever you sit down to kind of have these moon discussions with yourself, or you're working that moon magic, having there be really detail oriented groundings with that bigger picture. And then you start to realize kind of like what's being woven, and you interpret it, because that's Neptune and Capricorn, is like the way that Neptune and Capricorn interprets the signs is just as important as what the sign is. So how, say that it's a bird and you interpret it one way, well, that's going to let spirit know, and the spirits in your practice, that's going to let them know that you're thinking about that. That's what you want to weave, or you don't want to weave, or like how you feel about it and how you interpret that bird is also like how you feel about it's important, how you interpret it is important, and that is how you're grounding that detail of that symbol and message. So doing that with your moon magic and having that be like going through that process is going to be really beneficial. Also to working through, I feel like this might be the final one to come through, to be honest with you. We can do like questions after that if you need clarity on things. The 9th house is modernly ruled by Sagittarius, and the only placement that you have in Sagittarius is your dark moon, and it's in your 8th house. And the 8th house can cause for extra protection. The dark moon can cause for extra protection. It's not just about extra protection. It lends extra power in the darkness, but it also requires that there's more trauma work and like healing work that's done. And so if you're able to, with the dark moon, because it's how we manipulate innocence. It's how our innocence has been manipulated also. And so when it comes to your purpose, if there's ever shadows that come up, because you have this Capricorn stellium that goes over that 9th house, if there's ever shadows that come up, or there's ever people who come in to influence your purpose on an indirect level, like you know the details of what you're working, you know where you're going, you know your target, and there's someone who comes in to like give you suggestions, or you start to ask about suggestions about what that purpose could be or what you want it to be. Probably there's a shadow that you need to work through when it comes to mother wound, betrayal, manipulation, and that form of manifestation. Again, manipulation is not inherently a bad thing, I don't think, but there are manipulators who do cause hurt and pain in the world. So getting really familiar with where your manipulation and creation is rooted in, and if it's rooted in a place that is healthy for you, because if it's rooted in a place that's healthy for you, then what you're creating is going to be healthy for you. But if it's rooted in a place where you're looking for others' validation, or you're looking for others' process of creation, like, and that's kind of what I mean by facing your fears too, like bringing that in from the previous messages that were coming through. Facing your fears and being so self-aware of, and it's not just self-awareness, but being self-aware of your downfalls or your weaknesses and the details of them is a really important part of this Capricorn stellium, plus this dark moon that's in Sagittarius. So making sure that you're not asking for people to come in and like validate your purpose, or validate that, like, you're going to receive validation for it while you're walking in it and while you're working in it and creating in it. But if you're asking for that validation to come through in the process of the creation, or you're asking for it to come through in the process of you like doing what you're doing in your purpose, if you're asking for there to be validation and it isn't just showing up for you, probably there's a weakness of some kind somewhere in the internal, within the shadow, that needs to be worked through. And so that would be one thing that I would suggest, is to not like to have a healthy practice of unblinding yourself to where those shadows might be coming up, especially with Capricorn placements. There's a lot of power that's offered to you. There's also a really big system of protection that being in that order of Capricorn and Saturn offers to you too. So I don't say that to bring up like this, like not to scare you or not to be like in a fear-oriented mindset, but just as a protective practice that will keep you protected in the long term. And speaking of there being like bigger picture, just being super really aware of people who would come into inadvertently or indirectly. They may not even realize they're doing it. That's part of this placement too, is discerning between who has the innocence and who's doing it on purpose. But realizing who's influencing your purpose, who's influencing your public image, and you don't need them to. This is the way that your placements are set up is very much like you're alone in it. You're alone in your success. You're alone in your if there's stress, you're alone in your stress. If there's like awards that are coming to you, they're just for you probably. So making sure like these placements, even if there's a team, you're leading them. That's a part of it too. If there's a team, then you're leading them. But if there doesn't need to be a team, then you figured out how to automate the systems. It's very, 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 very oriented around you and your success. And anytime that there is another person who wants to come in with that success with you, I would be very aware of why they want to be there and what is their purpose in being there. Because the placements, even though I don't know how you feel about being alone in it, but even though they set you up to be alone, and like that can be kind of isolating probably at times, and don't lend yourself to the loneliness. Find healthy relationships that are able to be grounding for you and reflective for you, but don't find a way to have a healthy relationship with being alone in your very, very wealthy and very, very grounded power of purpose and success for what that is for you. Because there's a lot of really great big things that you're doing in your life if you're really able to lean into this energy. And with purpose and power also comes the ability for there to be people who want to take that power from you or shame that power because they don't have it, or there are a lot of ways that other people could come in to hurt or change or rearrange other people who are walking in their power. So making sure that you have a really healthy relationship with your shadow is something that I would very highly suggest. The aloneness. And you know what? I understand that. There's a lot of energy I work in that's Saturn and Capricorn related also, and a lot of the times people who have Capricorn and Saturn heavy charts or like important placements in their chart that they lean into, they're isolated and they're going through these hard lessons. But what happens is if you're going through that isolation, those hard lessons, and you're able to strengthen yourself to move through it and learn the lesson and not have to return to those spaces or places or people, that means that every time, because what Saturn does, at least how I've seen, is like if you spend the time to learn the lesson and now you finish the lesson and you've protected yourself and it's over and done and that's through and now you're here and you're moving forward, anytime that another person would come through to now that you've finished it, anytime that someone would come through to take your power, to again shame you in your power, there's so many different ways that people would want to hurt, harm, change, rearrange that power that you're walking in. If you learn the lesson, Saturn has learned that you're going to protect you, which means Saturn is going to offer its protection to you. So not only are you able to protect yourself, but Saturn will come through and offer that protection to you because you've proven yourself worthy of its protection because you can protect you. So that's a part of that too, is like, even though there is that aloneness in it, and the other thing about Saturn too is that Saturn doesn't really care if you're worth it. Saturn doesn't care if you're worth it. Saturn just cares if you've earned it. Venus cares if you're worth it. Venus loves being worth it. Venus wants to be worth it all the time. your Venus is in Aquarius, which means it's partially ruled by Saturn. So if you're ever feeling, this is like if you're ever feeling like you're not worth it, or there's something that you want to do and you're like, am I really worth it? Is it really going to be worth the time? Is it really going to be worth the effort? Am I worth the energy and the effort? If you're questioning those things, if you do the work, then you are creating yourself worthy to be. That's a reminder for, I think, both you and me. So, because I, again, have Saturn placements that I lean into, and like Saturn energy in my chart, that is very important for me. So that's something that Saturn doesn't care if you're worth it. Saturn just wants you to prove yourself. And have you earned it? And if you've earned it, congratulations, here's the reward. And that's what it is. That's what it is. Is there any questions that you have? Is there anything? Because I feel like the information that needed to come through is through. But I want to check in with you and see how you're feeling. Because I feel like that was a very serious, like, you're older than me. But I feel like the you got it kid, that's like the narrative that I feel coming through. Is like, you got it kid. Like, you stand up and do what you need to do. You got it. That's what I feel coming through for that. But also kind of serious. We did get to some serious notes at the end. So... yes. Also, Lexi, I'm wrapping up with this one, and then let me update. Lexi, you're up next, so I'm not quite done with this one, but once this one is through, we're doing like wrap-up questions, and then you're reading. And then after that is Kate, and then after that is Daniela. So that's what we have going on. That's the order. And also thank you for your patience. So, yes. Yes, yes, yes. And I'm looking forward to your reading, Lexi. That's going to be good. I haven't read your note yet, but you got the double tarot one, so it's so good. But I do want to do wrap-up questions with Jasmine. See how Jasmine is feeling. And if there's any other information you need me to sit with or bring through, because yeah, that was pretty. Sometimes spirit is serious. Most of the time, spirit is serious, and that was a serious reading. There's a lot of serious aspects to it, so. Yeah. But we'll patiently wait for Jasmine's to come. Jasmine's questions, if you have any. Also, if you sent messages through, they haven't come through. Again, I don't know why TikTok does that. It feels like it's always with the people who need to communicate with me too, like for the reading itself. But yes, I am going to be going live more often for Trisha. Hi, Trisha. I am going to be going live more often. I don't have like a schedule. I need right now. Yeah, you're so welcome. I need right now for me, because I've taken off my personal bookings too. Hi. I've taken off my personal bookings too. So I'm only doing readings on my TikTok live streams. I just need the time for me right now with everything that I'm like decompressing through. This was great. Beautiful. Well then, I'll call it through. May everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for booking with me. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you. Thank you, Jasmine. And thank you for your support and for being here. That was a beautiful reading. You can do it. You can, anything you put your mind to it, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. So, yes. And then Lexi is up. But to finish answering that question, yes, I am through taking personal sessions right now because I just need the time and the space to decompress from everything that I've been through over the previous couple years and, focus on my content a little bit more. And it is what it is. So I don't have a schedule right now because that's another thing that I need, is just kind of the ability to go where I need to go when and where I need to be there. So that's what's up. But I will be going live more often. The one thing that I do recommend, I think if you go to my profile page, you can turn on notifications in the top right corner, I believe, or somewhere. Maybe it's the like arrow button that might be there too. But that way, if you're like waiting for because I do readings when I come on, so if there's ever like you can get your notifications that will come through, and if it's the right time at the right place, then here I will be. So yes. Beautiful. Exactly what I needed. You can trust yourself. You are so welcome. You can trust yourself. You can trust yourself. And you can do it. Anything you put your mind to it, you can do it. So good. All right, so Lexi is up next. So Lexi, I know you sent me a message a moment ago, but will you send me another message in the chat just to let me know that you are still here? And also my list for tonight is closed for Awesome Every Day. My list for tonight is closed. And we're through with the list tonight. There's Lexi and then Kate and then Daniela. Those are my readings. Still here. Beautiful. Okay, thank you. I expect nothing less than serious, valid. That's valid. All right, so for Lexi then, and also let me read your question before I call this in too. Future. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about it. All right, so for Lexi. Thank you, Spirit. For Lexi. Lexi, I ask at this time that you bring through any questions that you have for me and for you and for Spirit. That's true. If there's any information that has been on your heart, any messages, anything you feel like is falling apart, anything that has been coming together, any remembrances that you want to bring in, any memories that you want to bring in, any dreams, any wishes, any wants, anything you feel like you need to confront, and any direction that you're asking for. May the clarity come through and truth, love, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And I thank you for your energy. Let us sit and read. Let us sit and read. We're going to sit with the Valkyrie reading first. Mm-hmm. There is something you're fighting through. I can feel it. It's like so it makes sense that the Valkyrie spirit would need to come through. I can feel it. But there's like a fight, like a question or like something that you're fighting through. It's not necessarily bad to fight. I can feel it. All right, so is your heart really set on this? Is your heart really set on it? And not necessarily set on it, but like, it's like there's a pouring out of emotions that you're asking for, a pouring out of emotions that you pour your heart out, but is there a pouring out of emotions in return? Let us return to this card later and learn. There's also, you're not at a loss. You're not really like, hold on, allow me a moment. I feel like I need to look at the bigger picture here. Are you looking at the bigger picture too? Are you looking at the bigger, that's true, thank you. Are you looking at the bigger picture too? Are you looking at the bigger picture of your life? Have you forgotten any of your dreams? Like, are there dreams that you want that this person might be getting in the way of? Is there something? Because if there's a fight, there's a reason for it. And all is fair in love and war. That's a cliche for a reason. All is fair in love and war. So if you are fighting through something and you're also asking about this relationship and you're also asking for confrontation to be no more and to confront where you're going and what you want, there's something that you're asking for. There's something that, like, your heart wants more. And it's not necessarily about a person. It's not really about a person. Your heart wants more for you. For you. Your heart wants more for you, and your heart wants more for what you're going through. Your heart wants more for your life. Your heart wants more for your dreams. Your heart wants more for your career. Your heart wants more for your ability to receive everything that you're asking for. There's like these like, your spirit and your heart are asking for more. And there's something within your cycles of your heart and the cycles of the moon too, like this, your cycles, the cycles that you go through. There's something in your cycles that you're not really able to see, because if you have shared your, let me return to this. If you shared your body with this person, then like, you're probably holding their energy. So there's something within your cycles, not just their energy. Thank you. It's not just their energy. You're holding their spirit. When you share your body with someone, if you have done that, or even if you have like connected on a romantic level, you are sharing their spirit. Your spirit. You're sharing your spirit and they're sharing their spirit. And that is a very sacred art. It's an art to be able to share one's spirit, and beautiful. So to share one's heart and to share one's art is to share one's spirit. And there's things within your dark, and it's not necessarily bad or scary things, but there's things within your cycles that need to come to the surface. It's like, like on a new moon, you set your intentions and you like, you work, you set your intentions, you do your work, you do what you need to do, but then you don't really realize what you were asking for until you get to the full moon, or you get to the full moon of that new moon sign 6 months later. You don't really know until you get to the light, until it comes to the light. So there's things within your cycles and your circles that need to surface. There's things within those cycles that need to surface. There's also too, you're thinking about your future. There's future endeavors. Clever. You're like pondering your future. What are the investments that you want to make in your future? It feels like you're at a stage of your life. It's not necessarily about your age, but you're at a stage of your life where you're looking to make investments and you're asking yourself to make investments. Thank you, Spirit. You're asking yourself to make investments and you're asking yourself to be an investor. And so you're sitting and really thinking about like, what about this money? And what about this time? And where do I want to be? And what do I want to grow? And like, there's these really intimate questions that you're asking yourself. There's something that you're learning, returning. You're learning and returning. There's something more there, but we need to return in care. So the lovers are here. That is true. The lovers are here and will appear. There's also something you're leaving. But when you're leaving, you're not grieving. This feels like a journey. It feels like there's a reason that you are with this person, and it feels like there's a reason that you're allowing yourself to love and be loved by this person. It feels like there's a reason that you're allowing yourself to go on this journey with this person. There's also emotions that they're holding back from you. Like, it's not necessarily that they're holding them back just specifically from you, but they're holding them back from their selves. Like they're not able to connect with their emotions how you may connect with your emotions, because it feels like you have a really like emotional, you're very intuitive. You have a very intuitive spirit. You're able to really sit with the currencies and really sit with the currencies of like the intuition and the understanding and the moon cycle, like the gifts that you have. You're in tune with your gifts. You're very in tune with where your spirit is and how you sit in it, who you are. You're clear with that. You understand that about yourself and you're very good at connecting with it. But this person they don't have that, even though they may present themselves in this very like strong way or strong light, there isn't the reciprocity of being in that same spiritual awareness of yourself that they're in. Even though they may present as that, internally they're not as intuitive. They're not allowing themselves to be as intuitive as where you are within yourself. So there may be things that you're seeing within this relationship that they're not able to intuit because they're not open in that way. And it's not just their, if this is them and this is you, it's not just their relationship with you, it's also their relationship with their friends and and their work. And like, it doesn't just affect that relationship, it affects all of their relationships. So it's not just necessarily, that part isn't just necessarily about you, even though it does affect you and it's a part of this reading and you're here in that energy. There's also too, because their lovers are here at the bottom, but there's this, you're not needing to sit and like wonder, but there's something within the mind. Your mind needs to clear. There's things in your cycles that need to surface. This is really like, there's clarity that you're asking for, and this is what I feel is like, this is the order to pay attention to so that the clarity can come through for you. That's really what I feel like. There are sometimes more intimate understandings, especially if there's intimacy with this person. There's more intimate understandings within yourself and your spirit that maybe I don't need to hear it. And you know what? I revere that. So that feels like this is more of an order of like what to pay attention to for yourself within what you're going through and what you're growing through, so that you can understand kind of like check marks or checkpoints within your time experience, and understand really like for yourself what it is that you want. Because I can't tell you that. I can't tell you what you want. I can't tell you what I can look at this and like kind of see the experience that you're going through and growing through, but I can't tell you what you want. That's something for you to sit with. So that this feels like just checkpoints and really some accurate, like, look for this and look for like landmarks. You know, if someone's giving you directions, it feels like this is directions on how to navigate the situation. That's how I feel about this. Just for clarity's information on kind of like a bigger picture. So definitely sit with, and when I say your cycles too, if you're someone who has, this is not my information and you don't need to share this on the internet, but if you have womb cycles, if you have those cycles, that's also a part of these cycles coming to the surface. Like, listen to your body and listen to the information that it's bringing to you. And also if you're someone who practices moon magic, that's something to pay attention to. Let's return to the mind, because that was very, very clear that there's things that need to be cleared in the mind. There's elder spirits. Is this true? There are spirits very old that are near you. There are spirits very old that are near you. There are spirits very, very old. Stories untold. There are spirits very old that are near you. And what I am able to see through that, revere through that, is what it looks like is thank you. What it feels like and looks like is that you're sitting and kind of like looking at the situation, and you're focused on what is like down here as a human. Even as I'm like reading these cards, I'm looking down. Like, you're focused on what's down here as a human, but these very old spirits that are around you I see them like, it's like they're grabbing onto your robes almost, like your clothes. Yeah, they're grabbing onto your robes almost. And really, like, as you're looking at this situation, they're like, you like elevate yourself up to this. Elevate yourself up here. Because there's something up here, like in the mind, and it's not just in the mind, but it's like your spiritual mind, your spiritual head. There's something up here that's more clear. Like, if you were looking at this perspective of this relationship and you're underneath of the cloud in the sky, like, it's a clear sky, sure, it's a blue, it's a pretty day, it's a beautiful day, and there's some clouds around, and if you're sitting under that cloud and you're looking at the ground at your human life, you're gonna have a different perspective than if you're up above that cloud and you're able to see the really big picture of what you're going through. And it feels like the more that you clear your mind, the more that you're able to have that perspective. And there's very old spirits around you who are asking you to bring that elevation, because they're not going to drag you. the point of them grabbing your robes is to, it's like lifting up a child, you know, when you pick up a kid and you hold the kid up. That's what they're doing for you. And so if you're able to like revere that process of clearing that head for yourself and clearing that mind, it's not even that your mind is cloudy or that it's literally just that you're on under a cloud. You're focused on being a human down here. But the spirits that are near you, like the very old spirits that revere you, to be revered in the spirit is the spirits that revere you, the very old, not as old, very old spirits that revere you, they're asking you to clear that head of yours so that they're able to lift you up, so that they're able to pick you up, so that they're able to give you the love that you want. Because they're basically saying, like, you're not going to get that love from any person on the earth. The love that you're looking for, and sure, we can have that love shared in relationships, but the love that you're looking for, it's up here. It's way up here. It's way up here. So clear your mind, and there's some answers that are going to come through. It's not just answers. It's like you're going to start to, in your meditations, it feels like if you're offering yourself space for meditations, there's going to be some clarity that comes through about your purpose, your calling. There's other clarities that you're looking for that is not just about this relationship, and it's not just about this person. There's more clarity that's going to be offered to you. There's more clarity that you're asking for that you don't even really realize that you're asking for, but there's going to be more clarity. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's going to be more clarity. And then simultaneously too, there's going to be this well within you. Yourself is going to realize really how powerful you are. You're wonderful. That's really wonderful. Literally full of wonder. You are wonderful. There is like this realization of how powerful you are. And then there's going to be this realization of how powerful your gifts are. And then there's going to be a realization of not only how powerful your gifts are, but what do you really want to do with them? And how do you want to create with them? That is when there's the Lover's card. Don't try too hard for the Lover's card. That's when there's the Lover's card. You're working in this clarity. What needs to be revealed in your cycles is being revealed, and then you're realizing how powerful your gifts are, and there's the Lover's card. Don't try too hard for the Lover's card. And cover the card when you need to so that you can focus on everything else that you need to focus on, because there's other spirit callings, there's other spirit works, there's other spiritual. There's a lot of different words that are coming through. There's a lot of other spiritual elevations and revealings and feelings that you're working with right now. There's also the removal of the picture of a perfect man. It reminds me of people who keep a list. It's not that you're not going to have expectations met, but like if you have a list of like, it has to be like this, there's like there's the removal of the expectation of a perfect man. It feels like that one needs to just remain what it is. I don't feel like I need to elaborate on, or like there is not. Not even that I don't feel like I need to. There's just not an elaboration on that. And then you're leaving. You're receiving and you're leaving. You're receiving and you're leaving. So like you're going through this process of like, don't stress through this process either. It's not necessarily about heartbreak either. Like I don't even really feel heartbreak. It just feels like there's like this really big spiritual activation. There is. If there is an initiation that you wanted to go through in spirit, now is the time to prepare yourself to go through that. If there's ever been a wonder for you of what would it be like to live that kind of life, I'm not even really sure what that kind of life is, but you know, I wonder what it would be like to live that kind of life. I wonder what it would be like to be that person. I wonder what it would be like to be on that sort of path. I wonder what it would be like to understand those gifts. I wonder what it would be like. You're wonderful. You're full of wonder. If it's not even just the opportunity. There's the placement. You're in the position to prepare yourself to be presented with opportunity through spiritual consecration and initiation. There's more. There's more than ever you would be able to receive from this one person. It's not that you need to leave this one person. It's that there's more. There's more. There's more. And you're asking for, there's so much more clarity. You're asking for clarity for where there is someone who's not able to be in their intuition like you're able to be in your intuition. As Spirit says, hey, remember that you're gifted. Remember that you're gifted. Remember that you're lifted. Remember that you're revered in the Spirit. To be revered in the Spirit is a very serious occurrence. Your preparation for initiation is what you're going through right now. Is there any questions that you have for me while we sit here in this part of the reading? Because that's a very serious. It feels very light, but it's also very serious. Mm-hmm. These spirits are very old. These spirits are very, 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 very old. They're asking me to leave it untold. Leave it untold. Not that you're asking a question that doesn't have an answer. There's just not an answer for their words to bring through for you, through me. For sure. Yeah. Beautiful. And when you're leaving, I feel like now that there's clarity of that when you're leaving, you're leaving behind almost everything. It feels like. Because there's nothing in this boat except for the swords. There's nothing in this boat except for your tools. You have, and the clothes on your back, and the boat, and the oar that you're rowing with. I'm leaving a job. So row. When you're ready to go, because this is more than just your work. This is more than just the job. This is more than just your job. When you're ready to go, row. Because now you're out at sea and you're by yourself. So row. And remember your tools. Mm-hmm. See more into the job. Let us go to the Vorder side of the deck and see if there is there an opportunity that you're walking into? Like, are you removing yourself from one thing to walk into another opportunity? Or is there... Because there's something landing in your lap and you can't see that you're meant to stay. It feels like there's a reason that you're leaving the job. That is there... What is the purpose of it? Yes, exactly. Okay, beautiful. There's the reverse of ancestral creations that you're not able to witness yet. A reverse of ancestral consecrations that you're not able to witness yet. Deconstruction work is going to become very important for you. If you're not already doing it, it's going to become important. It's going to become very important for you. And if you're already doing it, there's going to be more of an emphasis on it. Probably a little bit of both. There's ancestral creations, thank you, Spirit, in the highest order. There's ancestral creations that you're not able to witness yet, that are it's coming undone. You're the one who's having it be removed. And there's like signs that you're able to see, but you're not exactly able to see what they're saying. So if you're ever having a question about something, if you're ever you find yourself asking questions. If you're ever finding yourself asking questions, I feel like this reading is going to be offering you some tools to help with what you're going through. So if there's ever a time where you find yourself asking a question, and so say that you're like up in your daily life and you're doing things. You're up in your daily life and you're doing things and you're wondering about this job, or you're wondering about what that opportunity is going to look like. You're wondering what the change is going to look like. You're full of wonder. If you have questions that are coming up about that wonder and you're wondering, make time to sit in it. Because sometimes sometimes in wonder, in the spirit of wonder, in the being of wonder, we ask questions, and in the asking of those questions, then we're like, oh, we'll figure it out. I'm not worried about it. Because wonder is very like floaty, and it just is like, we'll do what we want to do when we're going to do it, and that's what it is. Wonder is like that, and I love wonder for being like that. But also, if you find yourself being in that wonder, go into it. If you find yourself asking a question, remember that you're allowed to give yourself the answer. That's true. Remember, you're allowed to give yourself the answer. Stay with the question. If you find yourself, if you're like doing things in your daily life, you find yourself asking a question, instead of being maybe accidentally dismissive. Maybe you don't even realize that you're being dismissive of it. But if you find yourself asking the question, have the awareness of it. Say, oh, I asked a question. I'm wondering about that. Let's find the answer. Let's wonder more about it. What would that opportunity look like? What would it look like? And give yourself the answers. That's part of the process that you're going through, is to give yourself the answers. There's communication in the darkness, shadows. There's communication in your shadows that you're able to see but not yet fully comprehend. It's like sometimes the shadows play pretend. You ever seen a shadow at nighttime? Looks like it's an animal or it's a person, it really just turns out to be a leaf. Sometimes the shadows play pretend. So if you're having information come through indirectly, this is part of the reason that it's important that you sit with what you're receiving. Questions for you. Knowing your direction is really important. Because you don't want to be deterred from that direction. So make sure you're always, when you have those wonder questions, make sure you're answering them and you understand the direction you're going in, because the shadows can come through and be indirect sometimes. So if you need to further inspect the shadow, that's also going to be something like this. Shadow work is less about your inner shadow and more about the shadow that exists out here. Let it become clear. Let it clear also. Let it become clear and let it clear. Because sometimes, like, say that you're looking at that nighttime, it turns out to be a leaf, it's not an animal. Oh, what a relief. Sometimes the shadow communications are like that. Like if you have these indirect communications come through, or you have, maybe there's like signs or symbols or signals that you're receiving, and you're receiving like multiple of them. It's around the same topic, but it's not being direct. It's like talking around something. And if you're able to sit with it and further inspect about it, and you're understanding what that shadow is, and you're really like shining your light on it, yes, but it's like your awareness is the light. And bringing it into clarity. because what I see you doing as I like make that motion actually is like bringing it into, and I was talking about clearings of the mind in the previous reading too, so like bringing those shadows to reflect upon them here and realize what they actually are and let them be clear. Like you, the way that your mind works, you wash the shadows into light. There's a reason for that. That's like a part of your birthright. That's a part of the magic you work, and that magic is a part of the birthright that you have in your practice and as a practitioner. So as you have these like shadow happenings externally, bringing them into your mind and then kind of like rewinding them, unwinding them, and really finding what they are and then making them clear, and then returning it to wherever it came from and letting it be clear and be done. There is a joyful mountain. This work, thank you, Spirit. Wow. This work of looking at these shadows and really like understanding them is a joyful mountain for you, because what happens that I'm seeing is you're able to sit with these these works of understanding these shadows, bringing them into the mind, clearing them, returning them, and that's going to happen over and over, and you're climbing up a mountain. Though every time you do that, you're taking a step. For some reason, Spirit needs you to be really, really well versed in identification and discernment in those clarities of what the shadow is. It's like eventually you're not even going to need to pick it up and think about it and turn it into light and put it there. It's just going to be able to stay where it is, and immediately you're going to know yes or no. Do I go? Do I go? Do I go? Do I go? It's what direction, and just like the discernment. So this is a big practice of your discernment, is starting to understand those shadow. And again, this is it feels like there's a lot of, thank you for that, feels like there's a lot of like internal shadow work you've already been working in. You're already very aware of yourself, and you're already very clear on yourself. You're very accepting of who you are. You're very intuitive. You're very clear within where you're at here, and that's really beautiful. And good for you too, because you know what? It usually requires work for people to get through to that point. So good for you. And so now the discernment is the external shadows. It's the external kind of like shape shifting. It's the external questions. And for you internally, now it's about wonder and understanding your wonder. But externally, it's about these shadows that are coming through. And again, like clearing them and revering them. And once you get to the top of that mountain, that's the time when you're not even going to have to, it's not even a thought. You're just going to know what it is without even having to pick it up and return it and pick it up and return it. So definitely learn it, because if this is a mountain that for some reason you would choose not to climb, and I don't know why you would choose not to climb it, but if this is a mountain that you choose not to climb and you choose not to take your time to like study this, then there's going to be all of a sudden these like shadows around you that you're not going to understand how to navigate through. And like this is really a skill that you need to work on and work through, but it's a mountain of joy. Like there's joy in it. So every time that you're having this, like allow there to be that joyful moment. Sometimes the shadows can be a little bit scary, is why I say that. Sometimes it can be a little bit, that you think it's an animal in the night and it turns out it's just a leaf, but for a moment you're like, is it really an animal? Do I need to run? It's like the animal, your personal animal instincts of like, oh, I gotta go. So, or like the fight or flight kind of thing. So learning about that externally, bringing that through, and allow there to be that joyful moment of like, oh, that's what it is. Oh, that like those aha moments for you. That's really where that joy comes from, is what it feels like. So having those, that's really great. That's really wonderful. Thank you, Spirit. Oh my goodness. All right. So let me see. I feel like let me do one more pass through of clarity and see if there's anything else that needs to come through. So it feels like we're almost through with the reading itself. Let's see what this is. When we were talking about the older spirit, the very old spirits, there are a structure of spirits that you're able to connect with, but it's for you to decide who, when, where, how, why. Oh, Spirit said this part of the reading is probably going to make me cry. So if I cry, you're fair warning. There may be my tears here. One of the things that I've realized about the spirits that I have relationships with in my practice, and I don't talk about them, I don't talk about those relationships. They're very intimate relationships, and they're not something that is for the internet, in my opinion. And me and those spirits, we're on healthy terms of that being a part of my process. Even though I'm someone who does sit in the spirit and I do offer readings and I offer my services and I'm reaching people with information, there are many parts of my practice that I keep to myself. I keep them for me because they're for me. And I still, even though I'm on the internet, have privacy in my work and what I do. And even though there's so many different things that I share with you and with other people that are here too, that's true. And one of the things that I've realized about those relationships with those, for me, they're gods. Depending on the structure that you would connect with, they may be called something different. It depends on those origins and their preference as spirits. But for me, I call them gods. And when I started my journey in the spirit, I did not understand the process of acclimation. For example, again, climbing a mountain. When you're climbing a mountain, there becomes less oxygen at the top of the mountain. You have to be conditioned to be able to be at the top of the mountain. There's preparation you must undergo to be able to be at the top of the mountain. And so for me, there was many years of preparation before I was able to reach the God spirits that I now have healthy relationships with. And when I started reaching them, I was not in a healthy place in my spiritual practice. I didn't realize that when I started reaching to them and making offerings to them. But I was as healthy as I could be. Let me validate also where I was in my life. I was as healthy as I could be. And but also let's have some maybe reflection of different situations. If you're climbing a mountain and you've been smoking cigarettes and drinking beer and not really being healthy, it's going to be hard to climb the mountain. But if you have not ever had someone as an example, or you have not ever felt the inclination to do anything different than what you've been doing, then you're going to go climb the mountain as who you are. And so when I first started those relationships with those spirits, the gods I have relationships with, there was a lot of removal, so much removal, and ancestral removal, personal removal. It was like they were coming through to further prepare me. It's true. There's a lot of preparation I had to go through to even make it to that point. And also at the same time, when I started those relationships, because I was the one who had to make the offering and create the space for there to be a relationship between me and that spirit and me, there was still a lot of preparation work that I needed to go through to be who I am here in front of you now. So with that preparation work, there was a lot of removal, and it would not be without the spirits that I make offerings to that I would be able to sit here and talk to you. I would not be able to be who I am without them. I would not be able to do the work that I do without them. And I'm not really sure for you why it's important that you hear that, but that's what I feel called to share in this moment. Not just feel called, it's like what's on my heart. I would not be here without them. I literally probably would not be alive without them. They have elevated me into a place where I am beyond grateful. I wouldn't be where I am. I would not be where I am. And I would not, every dream that I have ever dreamt, everything that I have ever asked for, they have allowed me to receive because of the work that I have been doing. And it's so very important in your path to follow
your heart and your truth, and to make sure that you are doing what you feel like you need to do. And that's one of the reasons at the end of the videos I say that, do what you need to do, because sometimes spirit will put you through things that do not make any sense. They don't make any sense. And you wonder why. Why is this happening? Why am I being prepared in this manner and in this regard? Why is this so hard? And it is with the relationship to the gods that I have relationships with, that I have been offered the tools to make it through those preparations. Without their tools, without their wisdoms and their offerings, there's probably, I'm going to say absolutely, no way that there would be victory for me. I would not be able to sit here and tell you this story. I would not be able to sit here and share with you. I would not be able to sit here and bring readings through. I would be in a completely different place in my life. I would be a completely different person. I would be a completely different person. There are many transformations that spiritual initiation asks you to go through. There are many transformations that being in a spiritual practice as a leader asks you to go through. There are many spiritual practices that you will develop and learn and then unlearn and then return to. And it's a very, very pragmatic. That's the word that I hear. What does that mean? Let me look it up, because I don't like to speak words that I do not understand. Dealing with things sensibly and realistically. Yeah. In a way that is based on practical rather than theoretical. That's true. It does need to be practical. All right. That's a beautiful word for this. Pragmatic. Yeah, it is a very pragmatic process. And there are probably going to be times if you're deciding to go through the preparation to be in spiritual initiation. And I literally just made a video on this recently, because it was on me. It was on my heart to make a spiritual initiation video. And I was prepared to even have, because for me, when that happened, I'll share the story here too, so that you don't have to go watch the video. I mean, you could still go watch it if you want to, but the point of the purpose of the information to come through here and now is that I was prepared. There was preparation. This was 7 years ago. 8 years ago now? 7 years ago? 7 or 8 years ago? Well, I suppose the preparation would have started about 8 years ago. That's 8 or 9. No, it's 9 years ago. That's true. Well, thank you for the clarity on that, Spirit. That's true. So I was going through preparation. I had to go through, about a year or two of preparation before Spirit even said, there it is. Before I even had a calling put on me. There was years of preparation before Spirit even said, you did the work to receive this, and now there's another 7 years ahead of you. But I didn't know that at the time. I didn't know there's another 7 years ahead of me. And everyone's timing of initiation is different. Everyone's timing of consecration of initiation is different. So if you feel that it's different for you, definitely don't let my words deter you. Again, like standing in your strength. And let yourself have the relationships in the spirit that you feel called to. Opening up relationships with those spirits can be a little frightening or scary, because they're very old. The very old spirits, they're very old. They are very old. And we are, in comparison, not. We are not. And so there are many different wisdoms and many different offerings and many different learnings that come through in those relationships. Some are a lot harder than others. Some are a really big look in the mirror. And when there are big looks in the mirror, let it be clear, and let them come through to help you. Let them come through to help you, and let them receive your offerings, and let yourself receive the offerings from them. Let yourself receive offerings from you too. Keep your relationships in the spirit with you and with the spirits that you decide to have relationships with very healthy for you. And don't let other workers tell you what to do, especially if there's an initiation that you're going through. It's for a purpose and a reason. Don't let other workers tell you what to do unless you're the one who directly asks for help. But definitely work with your spirits, offer for your spirits first, and make sure that they're in those relationships clear if there's ever other offerings that you were to revere on the human space and realm. There's more than what you are asking for also. What you're asking for, there's more. There's more than what you're asking for. If you're willing to open the door, if it's something that you want to do, because Spirit has yet to put a calling on you. That's what I hear. Spirit has yet to put a calling on you, and you're in the process and the form of that preparation before there is initiation. And once there's initiation, there's a walk through. There's a walk through, there's a talk through. And there's a lot to walk through. And there's a lot to talk through. It's something very serious to be in that space. And there's not a way to unspin it once you're in it. There's not a way to unspin it once you're in it. So there are my words for you. There are no more words that I have for you. And I normally sit with questions after readings, but I don't feel like there needs to be space for that. But I also, since I always check in with people, I want to check in with you too and see if there are any questions, but I don't feel like there needs to be questions. But if you have questions, beautiful. Well, then we'll call it through. May everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for supporting me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you. What a beautiful... I'm so grateful for that to come through. I'm so very grateful that came through. I feel like I need a moment before we go on to the next one, because that was really... I feel like I need to sit and cry is what I feel like I need to do. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Because it's really, let me just cry then. If I feel like I need to cry, let me not make it a lie. Let me just cry then. It's really wild to sit and look at everything that I've been through and kind of like realize why now. Because when you're in it, at least when I was in it, I didn't really understand. And it's like 7 years of not understanding. That's how long it was for me. 7 years of not understanding. And there was a lot of times I didn't think I was going to make it out of that. But I did. And I'm very grateful that I have made it out of it. And that I am here. And that I'm able to be here. That's something I've been thinking about all day today. That I'm able to be here. And like every single wisdom that I've been able to receive in the spirit. Like I'm able to sit here and actually offer to people the help. And not just offer the help. But like it's always been a dream of mine to be able to assist people. And to be able to actually do that. To be able to actually do that. It's just crazy. And it's not just crazy, but it is crazy. I'm so very grateful for everything that I've been through. And I didn't think I was going to be able to say that, because there's some things I've been through that I wouldn't wish upon anybody. Not even my enemies, I wouldn't wish it upon them. Oh. I love you too. I love you. Oh, it's so good. And to be so like honored and revered by the people that are here thank you. Thank you for holding the space for me to sit and process that, because I was not expecting that to come up in that reading. That was I really am so grateful. There's so much work that needs to be done, and there's so much work that we're able to do. There's so much work that needs to be done, and there's so much work that we're able to do. And I'm so grateful to be sitting here with you, and I'm so grateful to be here as who I am, and I'm grateful to be a part of this big, great plan that the highest spirit has. Even if I'm really not in understanding it most of the time. Oh, it's so good. So, so good. Oh, thank you, Elena. I love you too. It's just the opening and the preseason. You know what? That's the words of truth. That's how I feel about that. Wow. So Now that I feel a little bit more grounded in that. I've been, you know what? Actually, I feel like I've been through the opening and the preseason. This is definitely, if this was a movie, TV show, this would be like, we're on like season 5. We're on like, we're seasons in. There has been many seasons in, and there's gonna be many more seasons. That's for sure. That's for true. All right, so our next reading is Kate. So Kate, I'm pretty sure I saw you in the comments, but will you send a message through just to let me know you're here? Just to let me know that you're in the space. And then this one is for astrology chart. Which one? Which astrology chart? Astrology chart. Ask a question. All right, so allow me a moment to pull up your astrology information then also. Yes. Oh, thank you. You're a little spiritualist. I love that. That's awesome. Thank you. Oh, wow. I'm probably gonna cry more tonight too. I've been crying so much recently, but it's been tears of that I've been holding on to for many years, you know? Not tears necessarily as in like repressed emotions, but tears as in like I didn't even realize I needed to cry. I've just been crying, and it's been wonderful. Full of wonder. It's been needed. It's been necessary. Yes. Yeah, if you want to sit in the energy for yourself, just do mine another night. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I still want to sit in your reading, but I think I do need to sit in this for another moment because, oh my goodness. Like, I don't even have words. That's the thing is, like, this is the kind of processing that I would need to, like, get off and actually go cry. But I still have 2 more readings. And I'm not just going to stop to the readings. We have, and that's the thing. That's one of the things I've learned about the work, about my work. That's true, is that you can sit and cry and work at the same time. Yeah. What a lesson. That's true. Don't stress on it. That's also true. But yeah. All right. So let me get your information and let me start this again. Oh, and thank you for the space, Kate. Also, thank you for that. Did you do, Kate, did you put in month, day? I just want to make sure, because sometimes people flip it, and I just always, like, when it's singular digits for both of them, I always just like to double check with people. You can cry all over my chart. You know what? Okay, beautiful. Thank you for that. I will cry as necessary and needed, apparently. Not just apparently. It is. It is. All right. My nose is running. I think I started my day crying too. Did I? Is that true? There were tears. It wasn't at the start of my day. It was at the early midpoint. But there were tears. That's true. So the second time I cried today. Tears are good. I love tears. That's true. So let me read your question now too, as well. So Pluto and Aquarius, focus on that. I love that. I love Pluto, and I love Scorpio, and I love it. So yes. The last 2 brief dips that Pluto made into Aquarius really made my life wild. Okay, but the trauma that happens scares me. All right. So May 4th. Let's see where Aquarius is for you. Honestly, Kate, it makes sense. It makes sense why there would be this like hesitation or apprehension
for the transit because it's in your 12th house. So, oh, wow. 12th house, let's talk about the 12th house. I feel like before we talk about Pluto, then we need to talk about the 12th house, because the 12th house, modernly it's ruled by Pisces. It actually has to do with the death and the rebirth process of Pluto. So if with Pluto, there's I don't know that scares is the right word. Okay, that's beautiful. Thank you for the clarity. So with the death and the rebirth process, there's the death, and then you have this kind of like liminal space. Okay, the veiled energy of like, where do we go after we're gone? The veil, that. And then we have the rebirth, and there's the birth. So that's the process of Pluto and like the scorpionic energy of death and rebirth. The in between, right here, that's Pisces. That's the 12th house. That veiled energy, that sight energy, the where are we going? What's the decision? What's the provision? Where is it? That's Pisces. And that is also the 12th house. So having Pluto, which rules over the process of the death and the rebirth, move through the middle, means that there is like a double layer of that happening, which is really intense. Really intense. Let me look to also your Mars placement. Mars for you is in Capricorn. So anytime that because what happens with Pluto in those death and rebirth energies, if you're going to bring the scorpionic energy in of death and rebirth, and that could be honestly a little bit protective for you in this. Your Pluto is ruled by Scorpio, and then your 9th house is ruled by Scorpio. 9th house is purpose. So anytime that you have a purpose, within those transformation areas, then sitting with the Mars portion of it. Your Mars is also very near the 12th house, so it'll like pull you back into a kind of like a safe zone, if you want to call it that. Mars is the victory and the strategy. So yours being ruled by Capricorn is going to be looking at the details, being very, 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 and I mean so very detail oriented. Also, where's your Saturn? Because Saturn and Uranus are going to rule over that Aquarius. Saturn for you is in Sagittarius, so that 9th house actually is really important. Understanding the details of your purpose. The details of your purpose. Also, if you need to record, please feel free to do that if you're not already doing that. And this will also be going up on YouTube as a replay if you needed to revisit it. If you don't want to record it, I just felt called to say if you need to record it. So that Saturn and your Uranus, both your Saturn and your Uranus are in Sagittarius. So this is really actually purpose oriented for you. Biggest picture I feel for this is don't let anyone take your purpose from you while you are moving through the next 23 years. Don't let anyone take your purpose from you. The purpose of your life, the purpose of your mission, the purpose of your career, the purpose with your family, the purpose in your relationships. And because it's your Saturn, also the details in those relationships. Say that, let's sit with this space as an example. What was the purpose of the reading? Probably the question that you asked, but then what was the purpose of the question? There's a double layer. What was the purpose of the reading? It was the question. What's the purpose of the question? And reviewing that. And then what was the purpose of you sitting with me versus another person? What was the purpose of, like, do you see what I mean by the details? So sitting with the details of the purpose of any time that you're sitting in purpose, there is the safety net, or like the fail safe. Return to your what are you transforming to be able to have purpose? Your Pluto may not be in Sagittarius, but I'm going to explain Pluto and Sagittarius to you, because with the fact that you have Saturn and Uranus in Sagittarius, I ask what's my purpose almost every day. Valid, makes sense. I want to explain that Pluto and Sagittarius energy, because it might not be a direct, how do I say?
it might be Pluto and Sagittarius might be the further inspection energy for this transit, but if you are willing to learn that energy, and not just willing to learn that energy, but you're willing to return to it, return to the Pluto and Sagittarius energy, because of the Sagittarius energy, the ninth house being ruled by Scorpio, you have Saturn and Uranus both in Sagittarius, and you have your Mars in Capricorn, which your 10th house, which is modernly ruled by Capricorn, is ruled by Sagittarius. So you actually have a really heavy Sagittarius influence for this transit. So let's talk about Pluto and Sagittarius. Pluto, again, death and the rebirth. Pluto and Sagittarius, the way that you have power through transforming, because your Pluto being in Scorpio, naturally you gain power anytime you go through a transformation of death and rebirth. You just naturally, anytime that you're like, that's the power that I want, there's going to be a transformation. Anytime you're going through a transformation, being able to identify what the power is also probably important. And one of the things I've learned about Pluto energy is that sometimes it takes further inspection, in the sense that you might receive an inclination or information on one day and then not be able to receive the next piece of that Pluto information until 3 days from now, or 2 days from now, or the next day, because Pluto it's the slowest moving transit, and so we have other transits to digest and other placements to like rest with or reset, and then eventually Pluto comes back in. But Pluto is also very quiet. Pluto asks that you pay attention to it, and if you're not paying attention to it, if you're not paying attention to your transformations, if you're not paying attention to your purposes also because of this, and your artistry, because that's Uranus, and your order, because that's Saturn, so your artistry, your systems, and your order, if you're not paying attention to those areas of your life and kind of like how they're working in with this, Pluto, it's going to let you do what you want, but you're not going to receive the power that you really need to be able to protect yourself through it. So definitely keeping a healthy awareness of the transformation process, and that really goes for anybody, but granted, we're talking about this chart specifically with Kate, but like that you got to pay attention to Pluto if you want the power of it. That's just what it is. And if you're not paying attention, somebody else is paying attention, and they're going to want the power that you are not paying attention to. So if you're paying attention, then you're going to receive the power that you need to protect yourself. And the more attention that you give to that Pluto energy, the more power you're going to receive from it. And Pluto goes into it surrounds our system of solar, so it surrounds the other transits, and you can learn different aspects of that's true, you can learn different aspects of your power in every single transit and in every single position, as long as you're paying attention to what is the transformation that I'm going through, what is the transformation that I'm growing through, what power is really being offered to me. If you're studying those tools, you're gonna be great. Don't wait to study it. So let's talk about Pluto Sagittarius specifically. In the death and the rebirth process, again, yours is just naturally, you transform, you have the energy. Although yours is retrograde, so before we talk about Pluto and Sagittarius, let's talk about that. Retrograde is having the rebirth and then having the death. So you naturally, when you go through transformation, actually that's going to be an important part of this process. You have the new that comes through, the new life, the new opportunity, you have the new, and then you have the liminal space that's in between here. And again, the 12th house, and then there's the death. So in people who have Pluto retrograde in their chart have less rest time in that transformation process, because now they're holding both the new life and the old life simultaneously before they let go of what they need to let go of. I do think, even though that in-between space, that liminal space, even though there's both of the lives, the new life and the old life at the same time, I think it's really beneficial. Most of my outer planets are retro, I think. Neptune retrograde. Oh, you have Saturn retrograde, and you have, I didn't see that until just now. Thank you for pointing that out. You have Uranus retrograde too. So actually, okay, so we're going to need to break down those also, but not a big deal. We got it. We can do it. We can do it. So having that new life come through is first, and then the reason that I say that it is it can be a little bit more difficult holding both of those, because you're holding both of those. It's a little, it's a little bit busier if you're having to hold both. It's like if you were to get a new job and then you weren't able to leave your old job until you were like a week into your new job kind of thing. So like you're holding both of the responsibilities at the same time. However, Pluto retrograde, even though it's more compact and there's more stuff going on in that transformation process, I think personally it's more protective than having a Pluto direct. Because what happens with Pluto direct in that transformation process is that during the death, you're just giving up everything that you think you might need to, not really understanding what the new life is going to really require of you. You don't have the details yet. You don't have the details of the understanding of what's coming through for you. And so there might be things you let go of that you actually need now, and because you let go of it, you have to rebuild it. Granted, you've done it once before, you can do it again, but the death and that rebirth process being flipped allows there to be a change in the script. And yeah, okay, beautiful, 100% makes sense. So you're able to really make more informed decisions, which again I think is protective. It takes more energy, it takes more time, and you have to be a little bit more diligent, but in the long run I think it is a little bit more protective. Also, you're having your nodal return right now. I just want to point that out. I just saw that in your chart. You're having your nodal return right now, so you're probably that's 18 and a half years. People who are going through a nodal return right now, I haven't seen this in a minute, so I'm grateful I saw that. Haven't seen this in a chart in a minute, in a moment, in a while. People who have that, how do I say? Let me turn another light on. There we go. Also, allow me a moment, because these are the only lights on in my place right now, and I have I'm like growing plants. I have those little gnats that I haven't put the apple cider vinegar out for yet. So let me turn some other lights on so that they're not just like over here. Allow me a moment. Allow me a moment. All right. And thank you for that moment. So, I just had a really weird moment, but you know what? Let us continue. Let us continue. So, let's talk about also the double layer. There's a lot going on here, to be honest with you, but I'm going to do my best to break it down so that it makes sense. The double layer of that 12th house, since Pluto is moving through the 12th house, you're going to have a new life, and then a death and a death. A new life and a new life and a death and a death. Instead of it just being a new life and a death. A new life and a death, it's going to be a new life and a death and a death. So really paying attention to the order of how that's happening. If you notice something new is coming in, there's probably going to be another layer to it. And then there's also too, because Aquarius has to do with change and like the rebel and artistry and creating change in the systems. This is also like, don't resist the change in the systems. If you find yourself, and because it's with your purpose aspects, any aspect of purpose in your life. Again, relationships, anywhere that you feel there is purpose. Understanding your purpose and being really, really discerning on your purpose with where you're connected to and where that is working. Just pay attention to your purpose. Start to be such good friends with understanding that. And not just what is the purpose of this, but what is the purpose of that answer? And what is the purpose of that answer? The layers of it are going to be important also, because probably what you're going to start to learn because of that Saturn in Sagittarius is that the layers of your purposes, actually, if you have this purpose, especially Saturn retrograde, because Saturn retrograde is you have to look at the big picture first and then you look at the details versus looking at the details and then the big picture. So I also have Saturn retrograde, love a Saturn retrograde. Love it. I love it. I love a Saturn retrograde. So looking at that big picture first and then having those details that come through, that's true. Thank you, Spirit. Having those details that come through, if you're able to understand, like, what is the purpose of the big picture? All right. And then there's these other answers that come through. What is the purpose of those? And what is the purpose and having that really like discernment of the layers. Because probably this is what I was getting to. Probably what you'll start to realize is that if there's a purpose in your family life and there's a purpose in your other friendships and relationships, and there's also a purpose in your career, and there's a purpose in like, maybe you have a garden or there's, other things that you're doing. If you're understanding what the purpose of those individual relationships is, or like your purpose with that space in your life, and then you break down what is the purpose of that answer and the purpose of that, you're going to start to realize patterns. And part of the way that Saturn protects, all I do is analyze everything. It's going to become a really great friend during this transit. One of the things about Saturn is that if you're able to discern and learn what those layers are for yourself of purpose, and you're noticing how they relate to each other, you're going to be able to very quickly identify when someone or something comes into your life and it does not, like, it's not about the order that you have within your purpose. If something comes into your life and it is not in order, because Saturn's about order. So if it's not in order with what your purpose is, then it does not need to be there, because more than likely it's not going to protect you. And that's the way that Saturn protects, is by offering you the layers of the details of understanding, so that you can kind of have these checkpoints of boundaries of, okay, maybe there's a new person that's come into your life and it fits into the overarching purpose of what you're working through and what you're doing in your life in that moment. Beautiful. And then they get down a couple layers and now they're involved. Let's say there's a garden again. Okay, example. So maybe they're involved with the garden now and they fit in perfectly with the garden, but then they start to want to grow different plants than you. And that purpose changes. Or that's a very simple example. There's so many other ways that could happen. And the purpose changes, probably you're going to need to spend less time with them. The closer that the closer the proximity is to you, the more aligned with what your purpose is does that need to be. And that's going to be a part of, and that you were talking about trauma and having kind of I'm going to use the word apprehension instead of scare, if that feels aligned with you, feeling that kind of apprehension of moving back into this. That's probably part of it, is like the closer that there is intimacy to you, the more that if there's an out of alignment of purpose, like it doesn't sync up with what your purpose is, and your purpose is multiple too, and the depth and the layers to that, the harder the like let go, or the harder the crash or the fall or the destruction of that is going to be. Because with the layers of Saturn, if something gets through the layers, that means it also needs to be, if it's leaving, removed from every single one of those layers, which then leaves kind of this like opening to every single one of those layers, and you have to go back through and rework those boundaries and rework those wards, and rework the protections and rework your order, and like that takes time and it takes energy. So just be really discerning on how, where, why you're letting people in. Also, the 12th house, I still want to get to Pluto and Sagittarius, but it does not feel like it's time yet. The 12th house is it's about tricksters also. It's about tricksters in the sense that if you, and this is kind of where Pluto and Sagittarius come together, if you're understanding your purpose and where it's taking you, because especially being in the 12th house, well, let me explain Sagittarius and Pluto without the 12th house. So you have the new life, you have the death. The new life comes in. For you to be able to discern what needs to be removed, you have to understand where are you going and what's the purpose of being there. If you can understand where you're going and what's the purpose of being there through this space, and you don't let yourself be removed from that, you will receive every single power that you need to be able to go through and have another transformation eventually, and there won't be really any harm that comes through. If you have the new life, and then there is this, you don't really understand the purpose, or there's something that you're blinded to, you're not really understanding where you're landing, like what is the experience and what is the purpose of that, then this space, the 12th house space, that's where tricksters in the spirit, tricksters in the person, tricksters at your work, tricksters in wherever it's applicable, that's where the tricksters can come through to be like, hey, I have a deal for you. Hey, what about this thing? You heard about it? It's great. And that's why it's so important to understand your purpose, because if you don't, they're going to trick you out of that transformation and have you go through the transformation that they decide. And the study of Pluto and Scorpio is literally the study of your will. What are you deciding? Why are you deciding it? Where are you going? Why are you going there? It's literally the study of your decisions. Like with Libra, we study balance and we study justice and we study
with there's different with Sagittarius, it's purpose. We study purpose, we study expansion, we study our aim, we study how we get there. Scorpio, we study the will, our active decisions, why we make them, why we break them. It's also about contracts, so the contracts you're making with yourself, and if you find other contracts to be more important than those contracts, like you don't with Pluto want to give your power to other people, other places, other spaces. And if you're ever going through a transformation, you ask for a new something, you have your target. If you ever get off track, Pluto is going to pull you back. It's going to pull you back, and the farther away that you get from that purpose, the more drastic the pullback is going to be. So let it be easy. Just make sure that you're studying it. The other thing that I wanted to mention too about that, what was it? The new life and the death. When it comes to strategizing through the new life, and you have then the death over here, you need to understand the system that you're walking through, and you need to understand the details, because that's your Mars placement. So that's what informs the part of the transformation that is gonna actually help to ground you, instead of it being just kind of like all thought and all kind of like theory and feeling. And understanding that strategy is gonna help to ground you. So this is also in your 11th house, so understanding the systems of your systems of social interaction. I mentioned earlier using this reading as an example, like why did you get a reading with me, and what was the purpose of your question, and what was the purpose of that purpose, and the breaking that down and understanding it. That's actually a really great way to study your strategy, because you have that Mars in the 11th house. You also have your Neptune in that same house. Granted, it's retrograde, but that just means sometimes you need to return to other spiritual happenings and other spiritual systems. Tapping in with studying your social circles and studying your personal strategy of how you're going about activating your will in your social circles and happenstance, that needs to kind of go hand in hand with understanding your purpose. They go together with protection for this. Understanding your purpose, yes, but then also how are you going to get there? That's kind of just as important, and that comes with studying the systems and the details and the spiritual insight too of what's happening in your social interactions, and studying your strategy and social interactions, and studying the strategy of your purpose. Like, how did your purpose actually play out in the details? If you had a purpose for this reading, I'm going to use this as an example again because I don't really want to bring any other energy in, but if you had a purpose for this reading, you're understanding the social interaction that we're having and kind of the system of interaction. Like TikTok would be a part of that system, the website would be a part of that system, the comments, there's so many details, and also the details that you pick out are going to be probably more important than the ones that I am talking about, because again, it's a study of your will. So it's true. Studying that and seeing how your purpose played out. Like when you came into this, you were asking with a purpose, and what was that purpose? And then through the details, how did that purpose actually happen? And then studying how that works, also going to be important. And then studying how the purpose actually shows up after the transformation is done. And then part of it too, all right, so let's talk about the double layer. I'm going to continue to use this space as an example. Let's talk about the double layer, the new life, the death, the death. And this is where it gets pretty intense. This is like the extracurricular homework that I would recommend you do, because this transit asks that you have a 4.5 GPA in these studies if you want to compare it to school. It is. Just make sure that you have time to study. And you can study while you're in your like walking life. Like you can sit down and just like sit and meditate and study it, but you can also be like doing the dishes and thinking about it, or like in a conversation and thinking about it. Like it doesn't need to be so isolated. Again, part of Pluto is being involved with every other transit that's happening. So if you're able to connect with, also yours is in the 8th house. So it could be where you're exchanging money, or you're in exchanges, contracts, where you're like studying Pluto energy for you when you're in the process of exchange, because Pluto is also about exchange, and here we are having an exchange too. And the 12th house is about
tricking other people out of their exchanges, and what are you sacrificing? It's not just about tricks, it's about what are you sacrificing from where you've been to get to where you're going. It's really about your self exchanges with the world. So the new life, okay, so again, we're going to use this space as an example. What was the origin of why you wanted to have this reading? When did you think about it? Did you think about it before I popped up? Did you come to my page on purpose to find my live stream? Did you like that area, understanding that and the purpose of that? Then understanding when was it, like, how did you make the decision of like sending through that offering? And what was the purpose of that? And now we're having this exchange, and there will be, when the reading is over, then we're done. And you receive what you asked for, or like what the exchange was. Maybe it's not what you asked for. I don't know. Hopefully it is. And then that exchange is through. But then there's another death that happens after that. And so that will be you going through and studying from the beginning. To be able to study where did that start? Where did the new life come through? Where did it begin? Again, was I on your For You page? Did you come to my page specifically? Were you hoping I was going to be on a live stream? What was the purpose of that interaction? And then there was a purpose of starting this. And then we're going to end the reading. And then there's going to be that removal of, how do I say? Otherwise, if you don't study it, it just stays open. I suppose that's true. If you don't study it, then that ward is probably just going to stay open, because that's what it is. It's a ward. That you have opened a ward. Part of Pluto is warding. So you have this like bubble, really, this bubble of new life with a death over here. And then you have this other bubble of new life with a death over here. And the big one is, it's like a sphere. And so that the smaller sphere, we're in the reading, that's the smaller sphere. But then the personal sphere is encompassing the entire thing. So having time on the front end and the back end before you have exchanges for understanding your purpose of where did the thought originate, and are you going to step into that new life actually? Because you don't have to activate that next bubble if you don't want to. You could say you didn't want to get reading. There's other situations, but we're going to stick to that example. So you don't have to activate the second one. If you like notice that there's like a thought bubbling up, or like there's an origin of something, and you start to study it and you realize, oh, actually, I don't want to be in that new life exchange. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be in that new purpose. I see what the origin of that purpose was, and I see what it's going to offer me as another new life, and I don't actually want that space to be. Then you can close it. That's it. And it's done. And you move on. Do you have any questions? That was a lot of information. Yeah. With the few, yeah. I feel like this is really asking you to become a warrior and protect what's yours. Especially with the Sagittarius influence, like that's the sniper is what that is. That's I could see you from 5 miles away. Don't you dare come close to me. That's what that study says. That's what that study with the Pluto energy, with the influence of this, that's what that says. I could see you from over there because I've done my homework. Stay there. Nodal return. Oh, yes. Okay, so the nodal return, people who are going through, and this is what I was going to get into, so thank you for bringing that back up. People who are going through a nodal return right now, Pluto is like 20-ish years. Okay, we have, it's already started, so it's a little bit less than 23 years, but it's like 22. We'll say 22 for average sake. But about 22 years. Okay, the nodal returns are about 18 and a half. Both pretty long. Both about the same time frame. So people who are going through a nodal return right now are able to line up their eclipse journey and their eclipse cycles with their Pluto understandings, energy, the study of that will and the strategy and the purpose and what you have going on there. that nodal return. And if you're looking back 9 years ago, this is more personal homework if you want it, not that you do, but if you wanted it, if you're looking back 9 years ago, that was your nodal opposition. Probably there was like a midlife crisis or quarter life crisis kind of energy where you're like rethinking a whole bunch of stuff and then realizing what you want and what you don't want, and probably changing your direction in your life, and a whole bunch of new stuff coming in also. And then 18 and a half years ago was the nodal return. And so in that nodal return, what happens in the nodal return is that there is this really, really big ending. There's such a big ending that happens. And when that big ending happens, there's also this really, really big beginning. It's a really big beginning. So if you're looking at your life right now at those 9 and 18 and a half, you could go back like every 9 years. It's about 9 years. At 9 and then 18 and a half is when that nodal either return is every 18 and a half, and then the 9 in between is the oppositions. And that's where we're called to do a whole bunch of different stuff and really become like we're doing the opposite. Like the north and the south node are in opposite positions. And so everything we're good at, we're learning new skills, and then everything that we're used to learning new skills in, suddenly we're like really good at. It's like really confusing, but also refreshing at the same time. I'm currently in my nodal opposition, so that's what it is. But having that nodal return with that Pluto transit, they line up. Like the timing of the transits lines up for you. They may not start or end at exactly the same time, but the fact that they're starting at like within the same year and ending within the same like couple of years, it's pretty major. And so really focusing on what those cycles look like for you, and what's the 18 and a half year cycles that are really ending right now for you. And you might need to reflect upon the previous 18 and a half year cycle, because they are ruled by the moon, which means the cycles are connected. So if you're able to look at those connections, then there's going to probably be some insight hopefully for you. So 18 years ago, I thought I was pregnant. I wasn't, but I wanted a baby and never had one until 4 months ago. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. Oh, welcome to the world, little one. Oh, wow. And you're a mom now? If you call yourself a mom, I don't want to misname you, but congratulations. Wow. That's so great. Wow. All right. So looking at those reflections, that's really wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with me and everyone else who could see. That's wonderful. Wow. Yeah, definitely like nodal returns. It's a change in direction. Is a big purpose, I think. I love that. Definitely 29 degrees with normally we think of 29 degrees as like the ending, but for the nodes, it's actually the beginning. And so your nodes are meant to bring in new. It's a new journey. It's a new start. You're meant to do new things. Like it's like you're brand new. It's also very like immature. It's a very immature placement for the nodes. Because the nodes go backwards in our chart, whereas everything else we think of, it's 0 to 29, but with the nodal with the lunar nodes, it's 29 to 0. It goes in the opposite direction. So it's actually very like you're very new with your purposes and with your structures in those cycles, and you're meant to like bring refresh to the world with those cycles, which is really beautiful. But yeah, definitely like focusing on those cycles and looking towards the next 18 and a half years, especially with like your purpose and everything. You may not know exactly what it looks like or exactly where you want to be or exactly what it is, but looking towards the next 9 years, looking towards the next 18 and a half years, and really giving yourself, especially because you have Mars and Capricorn, it allows you to really work through the details of the systems and look long term too with your strategies. So take the time to sit and study. Really, this is over the next year. You have about a year, a little less than a year. It's about a year, because we have the nodes change in January, and then that eclipse season is not until March, where we have the nodes start to shift out of what they're in now, and then through the eclipses anyways. And then Pluto moves back into Aquarius. I don't know the exact date, but I'm fairly certain it's in November. So like between the time of November and that next eclipse season,
And then even the next eclipse season after that, so about a year and a half really, is like get a good grounding and a good footing. And really you just do that by studying and like understanding what the transits are for you, and understanding your possible weaknesses, understanding your strengths, understand everything that we've been over. Just understanding that and how it applies to your life. Yeah. You're so welcome. Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. And thank you too. Good. That's good. Good. Oh, and welcome into being a parent. That's wonderful. And congratulations. That's so beautiful. I'm so grateful to receive that message. Thank you. Oh, so may everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for supporting me. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you. Thank you, Kate. Thank you. And thank you for the support, because you've been here for what feels like a while, honestly. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for your support through the time that you have been here. I'm grateful for you. Grateful for you. Yes. We do have one more reading. Daniela, are you in the room? Are you here? It's been a while since you booked it, so I just want to make sure that you are in the chat. That you are in the chat. Yes. And then let me see. I think this is a 1-question tarot. Yes. Beautiful. So yes, it's been great. So good. I'm grateful for that. Sometimes, because I'm in an energy recently where I just don't want to rush. I don't want to rush my readings. I used to, when I first started doing this, it was back to back readings, but I am not in that energy anymore. It's very, very different. So yes, it's very, very different. So yeah, so let's sit with your reading. Let's do it. And let me sit and see. Let me read your note first about what is here. That's beautiful. All right. Let's sit with it. So, Daniela, I ask that you bring through anything that you have been thinking about this question you brought through, any feelings you've been working through, any regard to yourself that you feel like you would like to share within this energy space. Any honor of self that you would like to share within this energy space? Any predictions that have come through for you? Any messages on the heart? And any new journey that you're asking to start? And may these messages be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. Blessed day and change. There is going to be a rearrange. I need water before we sit with this. Hold on. Allow me a moment. Hydration. That's what happens when you just talk. You have to drink water. It feels like there's going to be more information that comes through. Like there is a change coming through. It feels like there's going to be more information that comes through. Like it feels like if you were sure about being ready for being in a new relationship, then you probably would not have even asked the question. And that's not any judgment. There's no judgment in that at all. Just an observation. And if you're able to sit with your possible insecurities or the kind of like cycles that you've been through in other relationships, or maybe reasons that you feel like you're not ready yet, or really anything that comes up around that topic for you, anything that you're really working through, if you're able to sit with it and understand it within yourself, then you are literally gifting yourself with the wisdom to be able to be in a relationship again and understand what you want from that, and understand where you're going, and understand where you're growing, and also understand what type of relationship do you want to be in, and what type of person do you want to be with, or people do you want to be with, or do you want to be by yourself, or like you are gifting yourself with the wisdom to be able to return to what's true for you. And that's beautiful. So there will be change coming through. It's like what I see is like this process of wisdoms and understandings. And also, what is this? You don't need to be on defense either. That's beautiful. Wow. So you don't need to be on defense either. That's true. Interesting. You don't need to be on defense in the sense that there isn't anyone around you right now who's going to harm you. And if you're asking to, it's important to understand how you want to receive a relationship. Do you want to receive a relationship from online dating? Do you want to receive a relationship because you were at the right time at the right place? Do you want to receive it because a friend knew somebody? Do you want to... So understanding like your detailed aspects, for some reason, understanding the details of it is really important for you. You probably have Capricorn placements, or like your Saturn placement is important in your chart, is what I'm feeling about that. So maybe go look at that and see what your chart says about that. If you're interested in it, do some research on it for yourself. And just understanding really, like, I've been single for 10 years now after a lot of travel. I've been working a lot on myself. And you know what? Sometimes it is work. Like, that, it's work. It's work. So it feels like, let me pull some more clarity. There's something that you're not being mindful about. It's like a blindfold. It's like you purposefully, what I see is that you purposefully put on a blindfold. You're like, since everything else has been, like, everything I've looked at has been so bad, I'm just going to put this blindfold on and we're just going to walk. And like, we're going to do everything with this blindfold on, because I don't really want to look at anyone who's going to hurt me like that again. I don't really want to be in any place where there could be people who are like that again. I don't want to be with those persons, or that type of person, or that person. I don't want to have to look at them. I don't want that. And so there's just this blindfold on you. And so you can be mindful while the blindfold is on, but there's also the purpose of taking that blindfold off. Like, there's a blindfold around your heart. There's a blindfold around your heart. But the heart is smart, and so it makes sense that it's coming through in like the vision of the eyes. Like, the heart allows you to see. The heart allows you to really look at someone. It does. The heart really allows you to look at someone. Sometimes the heart is our eyes. There's so many thoughts that our heart has that have to do, it's not just thoughts, because I mean, that's true. I mean, the feelings of the heart is smart. And if there's a blindfold around the heart, to be able to sit in the full mindfulness of it, there needs to be the removal of that blindfold so that you're able to really see again and see your emotions and see very clearly how other people are connected and other people are directed. Because if you're sitting and having a tarot reading, I am going to assume that you probably are more of a spiritual person and have spiritual practices in your life. And so within the mindfulness of those other practices too, like, how is there a blindfold around your heart in those practices, and what does that look like? And are you able to take the blindfold off in those spaces? Because maybe you don't need to take the blindfold off for the first time with another person. It feels like the Spirit has been reminding me of preparation recently, and I feel very very called to sit in that here also. Is like, there needs to be preparation of that, because if there's been a blindfold on the heart, then if you take that blindfold off, then there's going to be light, and all of a sudden, whoa, it's so bright. Whoa. It's so bright. And so you kind of have to let it adjust and like shake it off. You gotta shake it out, shake it off a little bit. And so opening up that heart space again, bring that into your practice, and really understand too, like, why did you tie that blindfold on in the first place, and really returning and like validating that version of you who did blind your heart, and go back and validate that. Return to that person and validate them. Validate why they did that. Validate their decision to do that. Validate their decision to remove that sort of sight from where you are, because there was a purpose and a reason for that. There was a purpose and a reason for removing it. There was a purpose and a reason for
unfolding it. There's a purpose and a reason. And so now you're sitting in a new purpose and a new reason for you do want to see. There's the opportunity here for you to take that off and to start to, it's like already coming loose. It's already coming loose. It's like you already, it's like you, I could, with the blindfold, I could see you like peeking over it a little bit, and like it's already starting to come off. So if you have that purpose of like, it's, not every bind is permanent. And so if there's a wind that has been a blind, if there's a wind that has been a blind around your heart, and be kind to the person of you, that version who put it there. Be kind to them. And also allow yourself to clear the air between you and that version of you. It's really important that you return to that version of you, because when you're sitting with that version of you and understanding why there was, thank you, Spirit, that's true, understanding why there was that blindness, why you started that journey, because it is a journey. It's been 10 years is what you said. Yeah, 10 years. So, and maybe the blindfold didn't, I don't know exactly when it went on, but that's a long time. So having there be the validation of that version of you, and returning and relearning also, not just returning, but relearning, because in learning the purpose of that blindfold, and not just why that version of you did it, but also what are you going to do now? That's part of the relearning, to return and learn there, and then learn about what you want now, because that version of you is a reflection of yourself. And ultimately, our relationship partners, they are reflections of us. And so if you're able to practice that through that beautiful relationship with the previous version of you who decided they were going to go blind in their heart for some time, and you're able to reflect upon them, that's also a preparation study for there to be reflection with another person. You're literally starting to take the blindfold off and making the decision to return to that version of you. That's really beautiful. There's your one question. Is there any clarity that you need? Is there any clarity that you need? Also, Marissa, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. I saw that come through. I just didn't want to interrupt the words that were happening. So thank you for that. That's really beautiful. And what a wonderful, process. What a wonderful opportunity to return and learn about your truth and why you did what you did, and then realize why you want to do now what you want to do. And there's change that comes through because you're doing that for you. And I just had deja vu too. Well, I think I know why blindfolded is there. I just don't know how to get it off, but I'll keep trying. Return. When you start to return to that version of you, when you start to return to that's when you start taking it off. I said it. I'll reword it. If you're making the decision to return, say that the other version of you is sitting over here. You're making the decision to return and reflect upon that version of you who said, I'm going to be blind. But now for you to make the active decision to look at that version of you, that is the active decision to not be blind. Because you wouldn't be able to look at that version of you if you were still blind. So if you're going to return, that is the decision to take off the blindfold. And I'm crying again. Because that version of you, it's not looking towards the end. That version of you, I'm scared for it to happen again, yeah. That version of you is not, it's not thinking about the future. It's not, that version of you probably isn't thinking about taking that blindfold off. That version of you probably isn't thinking about when the end of that blindfold's going to happen, because it's blinding itself. You, in that moment, were blinding yourself to where there would be. And so now you're literally like calling an end to that the moment that you decide to return and learn. And also the process of change, I do kind of want to elaborate on that.
the process of change that I see is like you returning and having these reflections, and also learning through other relationships and other spaces where you feel that it's necessary and needed, through that when you're ready to open up that heart again and start to let it in, and start to move around in that motion again, and to not be blind in those situations. You're so welcome. I bet so. That's so good. And just kidding. I don't bet. I don't want to regret those words. I removed that. But I do support it. And I really, that's really wonderful. I do want to return to the other message that was coming through. It feels like there's going to be a lot of those types of reflections that are happening, and then there's going to be kind of this moment of like, I'm ready. It feels like there's going to be a lot of those like reflections, especially with the previous versions of you, but also in other relationships. And then it feels like there's going to be this moment where like you don't need those reflections anymore, and you're just centered, and you realize, oh, I'm ready now. That's the change. That's the part where the change comes through. That's really wonderful. Oh my goodness. That's really wonderful. Oh, I know that for me, I've been returning to previous versions of myself recently, and really sitting with them and understanding them. And not only were they relieved, but I was too, because now I don't have to hold on to that version of me anymore. They get to go be free in time wherever they are. Where they are, not wherever they are, where they are. They get to go be free in time, and I get to be free here, and we're not bound to each other anymore. And so that's been something that's been really, really helping me and like assisting me through the process of similar. So yes, you can do it. You've got it. And you know what? When people go through hard things, it's normally to prepare us for something that is even greater than where we were in the hurt and the pain. Not to make it okay, because it's not, but to validate the experience of preparation. May everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free. And if it is not, then I ask that you leave it be. In the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for supporting me. And thank you for sitting here and being so patient too while we went through the other readings. I'm so grateful for you. Wow, and that was the final reading of the night. That's it. Wow, thank you all. Thank you everybody. Thank you everybody so much. Wow, what a beautiful night. It was such a beautiful reading. It was a beautiful session. Beautiful. Well, there will be a replay of this up on YouTube whenever it takes a while to process the video, but once it's there, it'll be up. So yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna rest, and I've been on for about 4 hours now, so I'm gonna rest and recover, cuddle with my cat. I love my cat. Cuddle with him, go hang out, and yeah. But thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for your support, and I will return. Yes, you're so welcome. Thanks for staying and hanging out too. So good. So yeah, so I'm gonna go do my thing, and I'll be back soon. Do what you need to do. Go on, brew. And I love you. And it's true. I will talk to you soon. So